Part 2, Section 12 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ezekiel begins his books by speaking of a vision of cherubims, and of a vision of a wheel within a wheel, which he says he saw by the river Chebar, in the land of his captivity. Is it not reasonable to suppose that by the cherubims he meant the temple at Jerusalem, where they had figures of cherubims? And by a wheel within a wheel, which, as a figure, has always been understood to signify political contrivance, the project or means of recovering Jerusalem? In the latter part of this book, he supposes himself transported to Jerusalem and into the temple, and he refers back to the vision on the river Chebar, and says, chapter 43, verse 3, that this last vision was like the vision on the river Chebar, which indicates that those pretended dreams and visions had for their object the recovery of Jerusalem, and nothing further. As to the romantic interpretations and applications, wild as the dreams and visions they undertake to explain, which commentators and priests have made of those books, that of converting them into things which they call prophecies, and making them bend to times and circumstances, as far remote even as the present day, it shows the fraud or the extreme folly to which credulity or priestcraft can go. Scarcely anything can be more absurd than to suppose that men, situated as Ezekiel and Daniel were, whose country was overrun and in the possession of the enemy, all their friends and relations in captivity abroad, or in slavery at home, or massacred, or in continual danger of it, scarcely anything, I say, can be more absurd than to suppose that such men should find nothing to do but that of employing their time and their thoughts about what was to happen to other nations 1,000 or 2,000 years after they were dead. At the same time, nothing is more natural than that they should meditate the recovery of Jerusalem and their own deliverance, and that this was the sole object of all the obscure and apparently frantic writings contained in those books. In this sense, the mode of writing used in those two books being forced by necessity and not adopted by choice, is not irrational. But if we are to use the books as prophecies, they are false. In the 29th chapter of Ezekiel, speaking of Egypt, it is said, verse 11, "No foot of man should pass through it, nor foot of beast should pass through it, neither shall it be inhabited for 40 years. This is what never came to pass, and consequently it is false, as all the books I have already reviewed are. I here close this part of the subject. In the former part of The Age of Reason, I have spoken of Jonah, and of the story of him and the whale, a fit story for ridicule, if it was written to be believed, or of laughter, if it was intended to try what credulity could swallow. For if it could swallow Jonah and the whale, it could swallow anything. But, as is already shown in the observations on the book of Job and of Proverbs, it is not always certain which of the books in the Bible are originally Hebrew, or only translations from books of the Gentiles into Hebrew. And as the book of Jonah, so far from treating of the affairs of the Jews, says nothing upon that subject, but treats altogether of the Gentiles, it is more probable that it is a book of the Gentiles than of the Jews, and that it has been written as a fable to expose the nonsense and satirize the vicious and malignant character of a Bible prophet, or a predicting priest. Jonah is represented, first, as a disobedient prophet, running away from his mission, and taking shelter aboard a vessel of the Gentiles, bound from Joppa to Tarshish, as if he ignorantly supposed, by such a paltry contrivance, he could hide himself where God could not find him. The vessel is overtaken by a storm at sea, and the mariners, all of whom are Gentiles, believing it to be a judgment, on account of someone on board who had committed a crime, agreed to cast lots to discover the offender, and the lot fell upon Jonah. But before this, they had cast all their wares and merchandise overboard to lighten the vessel, while Jonah, like a stupid fellow, was fast asleep in the hold. After the lot had designated Jonah to be the offender, they questioned him to know who and what he was, and he told them he was an Hebrew, and the story implies that he confessed himself to be guilty. But these Gentiles, instead of sacrificing him at once without pity or mercy, as a company of Bible prophets or priests would have done by a Gentile in the same case, and as it is related Samuel had done by Agag, and Moses by the women and children, they endeavored to save him, though at the risk of their own lives, for the account says, "Nevertheless," that is, though Jonah was a Jew and a foreigner, and the cause of all their misfortunes and the loss of their cargo, the men rowed hard to bring the boat to land, but they could not, for the sea wrought and was tempestuous against them. Still, however, they were unwilling to put the fate of the lot into execution, and they cried, says the account, unto the Lord, saying, "We beseech thee, O Lord, let us not perish for this man's life, and lay not upon us innocent blood. For thou, O Lord, hast done as it pleases thee," meaning thereby that they did not presume to judge Jonah guilty, since that he might be innocent, but that they considered the lot that had fallen upon him as a decree of God, or as it pleased God. The address of this prayer shows that the Gentiles worshipped one supreme being, and that they were not idolaters, as the Jews represented them to be. But the storm still continuing, and the danger increasing, they put the fate of the lot into execution, and cast Jonah into the sea, where, according to the story, a great fish swallowed him up whole and alive. We have now to consider Jonah securely housed from the storm in the fish's belly. Here we are told that he prayed, but the prayer is a made-up prayer taken from various parts of the Psalms, without any connection or consistency, and adapted to the distress, but not at all to the condition that Jonah was in. It is such a prayer as a Gentile, who might know something of the Psalms, could copy out for him. This circumstance alone, were there no other, is sufficient to indicate that the whole is a made-up story. The prayer, however, is supposed to have answered the purpose, and the story goes on, taking up at the same time the cant language of a Bible prophet, saying, "The Lord spake unto the fish, and it vomited out Jonah upon dry land." Jonah then received a second mission to Nineveh, with which he sets out, and we have now to consider him as a preacher. The distress he is represented to have suffered, the remembrance of his own disobedience as the cause of it, and the miraculous escape he is supposed to have had, were sufficient, one would conceive, to have impressed him with sympathy and benevolence in the execution of his mission. But instead of this, he enters the city with denunciation and malediction in his mouth, crying, "Yet 40 days, and Nineveh shall be overthrown." We have now to consider this supposed missionary in the last act of his mission, and here it is that the malevolent spirit of a Bible prophet, or of a predicting priest, appears in all that blackness of character that men ascribe to the being they call the devil. Having published his predictions, he withdrew, says the story, to the east side of the city. But for what? Not to contemplate in retirement the mercy of his Creator to himself or to others, but to wait with malignant impatience the destruction of Nineveh. It came to pass, however, as the story relates, that the Ninevites reformed, and that God, according to the Bible phrase, repented him of the evil he had said he would do unto them, and did it not. This, saith the first verse of the last chapter, displeased Jonah exceedingly, and he was very angry. His obdurate heart would rather that all Nineveh should be destroyed, and every soul, young and old, perish in its ruins, than that his prediction should not be fulfilled. To expose the character of a prophet still more, a gourd is made to grow up in the night, that promiseth him an agreeable shelter from the heat of the sun, in the place to which he is retired, and the next morning it dies. Here the rage of the prophet becomes excessive, and he is ready to destroy himself. "It is better," said he, "for me to die than to live." This brings on a supposed expostulation between the Almighty and the prophet, in which the former says, "Doest thou well to be angry for the gourd?" And Jonah said, "I do well to be angry even unto death." Then said the Lord, "Thou hast had pity on the gourd, for which thou hast not labored, neither madest it to grow, which came up in a night, and perished in a night. And should not I spare Nineveh, that great city, in which are more than 70,000 persons, that cannot discern between their right hand and their left?" Here is both the winding up of the satire and the moral of the fable. As a satire, it strikes against the character of all the Bible prophets, and against all the indiscriminate judgments upon men, women, and children, with which this lying book, the Bible, is crowded, such as Noah's flood, the destruction of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, the extirpation of the Canaanites, even to sucking infants, and women with child, because the same reflection, that there are more than 70,000 persons that cannot discern between their right hand and their left, meaning young children, applies to all their cases. It satirizes also the supposed partiality of the Creator for one nation more than for another. As a moral, it preaches against the malevolent spirit of prediction, for as certainly as a man predicts ill, he becomes inclined to wish it. The pride of having his judgments right hardens his heart, till at last he beholds with satisfaction, or sees with disappointment, the accomplishment or the failure of his predictions. This book ends with the same kind of strong and well-directed point against prophets, prophecies, and indiscriminate judgments, as the chapter that Benjamin Franklin made for the Bible about Abraham and the stranger ends against the intolerant spirit of religious persecution. Thus much for the book of Jonah. Of the poetical parts of the Bible that are called prophecies, I have spoken in the former part of the Age of Reason, and already in this, where I have said that the word prophet is the Bible word for poet, and that the flights and metaphors of those poets, many of which are become obscure by the lapse of time and the change of circumstances, have been ridiculously erected into things called prophecies, and applied to purposes the writers never thought of. When a priest quotes any of those passages, he unriddles it agreeably to his own views, and imposes that explanation upon his congregation as the meaning of the writer. The whore of Babylon has been the common whore of all the priests, and each has accused the other of keeping the strumpet. So well do they agree in their explanations. There now remain only a few books, which they call the books of the lesser prophets, and as I have already shown that the greater are impostors, it would be cowardice to disturb the repose of the little ones. Let them sleep then in the arms of their nurses, the priests, and both be forgotten together. I have now gone through the Bible, as a man would go through a wood with an axe on his shoulder and fell trees. Here they lie, and the priests, if they can, may replant them. They may perhaps stick them in the ground, but they will never make them grow. I pass on to the books of the New Testament. End of Part 2, Section 12. Part 2, Section 13 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The New Testament. The New Testament, they tell us, is founded upon the prophecies of the Old. If so, it must follow the fate of its foundation. As it is nothing extraordinary that a woman should be with child before she was married, and that the son she might bring forth should be executed, even unjustly, I see no reason for not believing that such a woman as Mary, and such a man as Joseph and Jesus existed. Their mere existence is a matter of indifference, about which there is no ground either to believe or to disbelieve, and which comes under the common head of "it may be so, and what then?" The probability, however, is that there were such persons, or at least such as resembled them in part of the circumstances, because almost all romantic stories have been suggested by some actual circumstance, as the adventures of Robinson Crusoe, not a word of which is true, were suggested by the case of Alexander Selkirk. It is not then the existence or non-existence of the persons that I trouble myself about. It is the fable of Jesus Christ, as told in the New Testament, and the wild and visionary doctrine raised thereon, against which I contend. The story, taking it as it is told, is blasphemously obscene. It gives an account of a young woman engaged to be married, and while under this engagement, she is, to speak plain language, debauched by a ghost under the impious pretense (Luke chapter 1, verse 35) that "the Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the Highest shall overshadow thee." Notwithstanding which, Joseph afterwards marries her, cohabits with her as his wife, and in his turn rivals the ghost. This is putting the story into intelligible language, and when told in this manner, there is not a priest but must be ashamed to own it. Note, Mary the supposed virgin mother of Jesus, had several other children, sons and daughters. See Matthew chapter 22, verses 55 and 56. End note. Obscenity in matters of faith, however wrapped up, is always a token of fable and imposture, for it is necessary to our serious belief in God that we do not connect it with stories that run, as this does, into ludicrous interpretations. This story is, upon the face of it, the same kind of story as that of Jupiter and Leda, or Jupiter and Europa, or any of the amorous adventures of Jupiter, and shows, as is already stated in the former part of the Age of Reason, that the Christian faith is built upon the heathen mythology. As the historical parts of the New Testament, so far as concerns Jesus Christ, are confined to very short space of time, less than 2 years, and all within the same country, and nearly to the same spot, the discordance of time, place, and circumstance, which detects the fallacy of the books of the Old Testament and proves them to be impositions, cannot be expected to be found here in the same abundance. The New Testament, compared with the Old, is like a farce of one act, in which there is not room for very numerous violations of the unities. There are, however, some glaring contradictions, which, exclusive of the fallacy of the pretended prophecies, are sufficient to show the story of Jesus Christ to be false. I lay it down as a position which cannot be controverted. First, that the agreement of all the parts of a story does not prove that story to be true, because the parts may agree, and the whole may be false. Secondly, that the disagreement of the parts of a story proves the whole cannot be true. The agreement does not prove truth, but the disagreement proves falsehood positively. The history of Jesus Christ is contained in the 4 books ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The first chapter of Matthew begins with giving a genealogy of Jesus Christ, and in the 3rd chapter of Luke there is also given a genealogy of Jesus Christ. Did these two agree, it would not prove the genealogy to be true, because it might nevertheless be a fabrication. But as they contradict each other in every particular, it proves falsehood absolutely. If Matthew speaks truth, Luke speaks falsehood, and if Luke speaks truth, Matthew speaks falsehood, and there is no authority for believing one more than the other. There is no authority for believing either, and if they cannot be believed even in the very first thing they say and set out to prove, they are not entitled to be believed in anything they say afterwards. Truth is an uniform thing, and as to inspiration and revelation, were we to admit it, it is impossible to suppose it can be contradictory. Either then the men called apostles were impostors, or the books ascribed to them have been written by other persons, and fathered upon them, as is the case in the Old Testament. The book of Matthew gives, chapter 1, verse 6, a genealogy by name from David up through Joseph, the husband of Mary, to Christ, and makes there to be 28 generations. The book of Luke gives also a genealogy by name from Christ through Joseph, the husband of Mary, down to David, and makes there to be 43 generations. Besides which, there are only the 2 names of David and Joseph that are alike in the 2 lists. I here insert both genealogical lists, and for the sake of perspicuity and comparison, have placed them both in the same direction, that is, from Joseph down to David. Genealogy according to Matthew. Christ, 2. Joseph, 3. Jacob, 4. Mathan, 5. Eleazar, 6. Eliud, 7. Achim, 8. Sadok, 9. Azor, 10. Eliakim, 11. Abiud, 12. Zorobabel, 13. Salatiel, 14. Jeconias, 15. Josias, 16. Ammon, 17. Manasseh, 18. Ezekias, 19. Achaz, 20. Joatham, 21. Ozias, 22. Joram, 23. Josaphat, 14. Asa, 25. Abiah, 26. Roboam, 27. Solomon, 28. David. Genealogy according to Luke. Christ, 2. Joseph, 3. Heli, 4. Mathat, 5. Levi, 6. Melchi, 7. Janna, 8. Joseph, 9. Mattathias, 10. Amos, 11. Nahum, 12. Esli, 13. Nagi, 14. Ma'at, 15. Mattathias, 16. Semei, 17. Joseph, 18. Judah, 19. Joanna, 20. Resa, 21. Zorobabel, 22. Salatiel, 23. Neri, 24. Melchi, 25. Adai, 26. Kosam, 27. Elmodam, 28. 29. Jose, 30. Eleazar, 31. Jorim, 32. Mathat, 33. Levi, 34. Simeon, 35. Judah, 36. Joseph, 37. Jonan, 38. Elakim, 39. Meliah, 40. Menan, 41. Mattathe, 42. Nathan, 43. David. Note: from the birth of David to the birth of Christ is upwards of 1080 years, and as the lifetime of Christ is not included, there are but 27 full generations. To find, therefore, the average age of each person mentioned in the list at the time his first son was born, it is only necessary to divide 1080 by 27, which gives 40 years for each person. As the lifetime of man was then but of the same extent it is now, it is an absurdity to suppose that 27 following generations should all be old bachelors before they married, and the more so when we are told that Solomon, the next in succession to David, had a house full of wives and mistresses before he was 21 years of age. So far from this genealogy being a solemn truth, it is not even a reasonable lie. The list of Luke gives about 26 years for the average age, and this is too much. Endnote. Now, if these men, Matthew and Luke, set out with a falsehood between them, as these two accounts show they do, in the very commencement of their history of Jesus Christ, and of who and of what he was, what authority, as I have before asked, is there left for believing the strange things they tell us afterwards? And if they cannot be believed in their account of his natural genealogy, how are we to believe them when they tell us he was the Son of God, the begotten by a ghost, and that an angel announced this in secret to his mother? If they lied in one genealogy, why are we to believe them in the other? If his natural genealogy be manufactured, which it certainly is, why are not we not to suppose that his celestial genealogy is manufactured also, and that the whole is fabulous? Can any man of serious reflection hazard his future happiness upon the belief of a story naturally impossible, repugnant to every idea of decency, and related by persons already detected of falsehood? Is it not more safe that we stop ourselves at the plain, pure, and unmixed belief of one God, which is deism, than that we commit ourselves on an ocean of improbable, irrational, indecent, and contradictory tales? The first question, however, upon the books of the New Testament, as upon those of the Old, is, are they genuine? Were they written by the persons to whom they are ascribed? For it is upon this ground only that the strange things related therein have been credited. Upon this point there is no direct proof for or against, and all that this state of a case proves is doubtfulness, and doubtfulness is the opposite of belief. The state, therefore, that the books are in, proves against themselves, as far as this kind of proof can go. But exclusive of this, the presumption is that the books called the evangelists, and ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, were not written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and that they are impositions. The disordered state of the history in these four books, the silence of one book upon matters related in the other, and the disagreement that is to be found among them, implies that they are the production of some unconnected individuals, many years after the things they pretend to relate, each of whom made his own legend, and not the writings of men living intimately together, as the men called apostles are supposed to have done. In fine, that they have been manufactured, as the books of the Old Testament have been, by other persons than those whose names they bear. The story of the angel announcing what the Church calls the Immaculate Conception is not so much as mentioned in the books ascribed to Mark and John, and is differently related in Matthew and Luke. The former says the angel appeared to Joseph. The latter says it was to Mary. But either Joseph or Mary was the worst evidence that could have been thought of, for it was others that should have testified for them, and not they for themselves. Were any girl that is now with child to say, and even to swear it, that she was gotten with child by a ghost, and that an angel told her so, would she be believed? Certainly she would not. Why then are we to believe the same thing of another girl whom we never saw, told by nobody knows who, nor when, nor where? How strange and inconsistent is it that the same circumstance that would weaken the belief even of a probable story should be given as a motive for believing this one, that has upon the face of it every token of absolute impossibility and imposture. End of Part 2, Section 13. Part 2, Section 14 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Herod destroying all the children under 2 years old belongs altogether to the book of Matthew. Not one of the rest mentions anything about it. Had such a circumstance been true, the universality of it must have made it known to all the writers, and the thing would have been too striking to have been omitted by any. This writer tells us that Jesus escaped this slaughter because Joseph and Mary were warned by an angel to flee with them into Egypt. But he forgot to make any provision for John, who was then under 2 years of age. John, however, who stayed behind, fared as well as Jesus, who fled, and therefore the story circumstantially belies itself. Not any two of these writers agree in reciting exactly in the same words the written inscription, short as it is, which they tell us was put over Jesus when he was crucified. And besides this, Mark says he was crucified at the 3rd hour, 9 in the morning, and John says it was the 6th hour, 12 at noon. Note, according to John, the sentence was not passed till about the 6th hour, noon, and consequently the execution could not be till the afternoon. But Mark says expressly that he was crucified at the 3rd hour, 9 in the morning. Chapter 15, verse 25, John chapter 19, verse 14. End note. The inscription is thus stated in those books: Matthew: This is Jesus, the King of the Jews. Mark: The King of the Jews. Luke: This is the King of the Jews. John: Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. We may infer from these circumstances, trivial as they are, that those writers, whoever they were, and in whatever time they lived, were not present at the scene. The only one of the men called apostles who appears to have been near the spot was Peter, and when he was accused of being one of Jesus' followers, it is said, Matthew chapter 26, verse 74, Then Peter began to curse and to swear, saying, I know not the man. Yet we are now called upon to believe the same Peter convicted by their own account of perjury. For what reason or on what authority shall we do this? The accounts that are given of the circumstances that they tell us attended the crucifixion are differently related in those 4 books. The book ascribed to Matthew says, There was darkness over all the land, from the 6th hour unto the 9th hour, that the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, that there was an earthquake, that the rocks rent, that the graves opened, that the bodies of many of the saints that slept arose and came out of their graves after the resurrection, and went into the holy city and appeared unto many. Such is the account which this dashing writer of the book of Matthew gives, but in which he is not supported by the writers of the other books. The writer of the book ascribed to Mark, in detailing the circumstances of the crucifixion, makes no mention of any earthquake, nor of the rocks rending, nor of the graves opening, nor of the dead men walking out. The writer of the book of Luke is silent also upon the same points. And as to the writer of the book of John, though he details all the circumstances of the crucifixion down to the burial of Christ, he says nothing about either the darkness, the veil of the temple, the earthquake, the rocks, the graves, nor the dead men. Now, if it had been true that those things had happened, and if the writers of these books had lived at the time they did happen, and had been the persons they are said to be, namely, the 4 men called apostles, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it was not possible for them, as true historians, even without the aid of inspiration, not to have recorded them. The things, supposing them to have been facts, were of too much notoriety not to have been known, and of too much importance not to have been told. all these supposed apostles must have been witnesses of the earthquake, if there had been any, for it was not possible for them to have been absent from it. The opening of the graves and the resurrection of the dead men and their walking about the city is of greater importance than the earthquake. An earthquake is always possible and natural, and proves nothing. But this opening of the graves is supernatural, and directly in point to their doctrine, their cause, and their apostleship. Had it been true, it would have filled up whole chapters of those books, and been the chosen theme and general chorus of all the writers. But instead of this, little and trivial things, and mere prattling conversations of he said this, and she said that, are often tediously detailed, while this most important of all, had it been true, is passed off in a slovenly manner by a single dash of the pen, and that by one writer only, and not so much as hinted at by the rest. It is an easy thing to tell a lie, but it is difficult to support the lie after it is told. The writer of the book of Matthew should have told us who the saints were that came to life again and went into the city, and what became of them afterwards, and who it was that saw them. For he is not hardy enough to say he saw them himself, whether they came out naked and all in natural buff, he saints and she saints, or whether they came full dressed, and where they got their dresses, whether they went to their former habitations and reclaimed their wives, their husbands, and their property, and how they were received, whether they entered ejectments for the recovery of their possessions, or brought actions of criminal conversations against the rival interlopers, whether they remained on earth and followed their former occupation of preaching or working, or whether they died again or went back to their graves alive and buried themselves. Strange indeed that an army of saints should return to life, and nobody know who they were, nor who it was that saw them, and not a word more should be said upon the subject, nor these saints have anything to tell us. Had it been the prophets who, as we are told, had formerly prophesied of these things, they must have had a great deal to say. They could have told us everything, and we should have had posthumous prophecies with notes and commentaries upon the first, a little better at least than we have now. Had it been Moses and Aaron and Joshua and Samuel and David, not an unconverted Jew had remained in all Jerusalem. Had it been John the Baptist and the saints of the time then present, everybody would have known them, and they would have out-preached and out-famed all the other apostles. But instead of this, these saints are made to pop up like Jonah's gourd in the night, for no purpose at all but to wither in the morning. Thus much for this part of the story. The tale of the resurrection follows that of the crucifixion, and in this, as well as in that, the writers, whoever they were, disagree so much as to make it evident that none of them were there. The book of Matthew states that when Christ was put in the sepulchre, the Jews applied to Pilate for a watch or a guard to be placed over the sepulchre, to prevent the body being stolen by the disciples, and that in consequence of this request the sepulchre was made sure, sealing the stone that covered the mouth, and setting a watch. But the other books say nothing about this application, nor about the sealing, nor the guard, nor the watch. And according to their accounts, there were none. Matthew, however, follows up this part of the story of the guard or the watch with a second part that I shall notice in the conclusion, as it serves to detect the fallacy of those books. The book of Matthew continues its account and says, chapter 28, verse 1, that at the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn towards the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. Mark says it was sun-rising, and John says it was dark. Luke says it was Mary Magdalene and Joanna, and Mary the mother of James, and other women that came to the sepulchre. And John states that Mary Magdalene came alone. So well do they agree about their first evidence. They all, however, appear to have known most about Mary Magdalene. She was a woman of a large acquaintance, and it was not an ill conjecture that she might be upon the stroll. The book of Matthew goes on to say, verse 2, "And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven, and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat upon it." But the other books say nothing about any earthquake, nor about the angel rolling back the stone and sitting upon it. And according to their account, there was no angel sitting there. Mark says the angel was within the sepulchre, sitting on the right side. Luke says there were two, and they were both standing up. And John says they were both sitting down, one at the head and the other at the feet. Matthew says that the angel that was sitting upon the stone on the outside of the sepulchre told the two Marys that Christ was risen, and that the women went away quickly. Mark says that the women, upon seeing the stone rolled away and wondering at it, went into the sepulchre, and that it was the angel that was sitting within on the right side that told them so. Luke says it was the two angels that were standing up, and John says it was Jesus Christ himself that told it to Mary Magdalene, and that she did not go into the sepulchre, but only stooped down and looked in. Now, if the writers of these four books had gone into a court of justice to prove an alibi, for it is of the nature of an alibi that is here attempted to be proved, namely, the absence of a dead body by supernatural means, and had they given their evidence in the same contradictory manner as it is here given, they would have been in danger of having their ears cropped for perjury, and would have justly deserved it. Yet this is the evidence, and these are the books, that have been imposed upon the world, as being given by divine inspiration, and as the unchangeable Word of God. The writer of the book of Matthew, after giving this account, relates a story that is not to be found in any of the other books, and which is the same I have just before alluded to. Now, says he, that is, after the conversation the women had had with the angel sitting upon the stone, behold, some of the watch, meaning the watch that he had said had been placed over the sepulchre, came into the city, and showed unto the chief priests all the things that were done. And when they were assembled with the elders, and had taken counsel, they gave large money unto the soldiers, saying, Say ye that his disciples came by night, and stole him away while we slept. And if this come to the governor's ear, we will persuade him and secure you. So they took the money, and did as they were taught. And this saying, that his disciples stole him away, is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. The expression, until this day, is an evidence that the book ascribed to Matthew was not written by Matthew, and that it has been manufactured long after the times and things of which it pretends to treat. for the expression implies a great length of intervening time. It would be inconsistent in us to speak in this manner of anything happening in our own time. To give, therefore, intelligible meaning to the expression, we must suppose a lapse of some generations at least, for this manner of speaking carries the mind back to ancient time. The absurdity also of the story is worth noticing, for it shows the writer of the book of Matthew to have been an exceedingly weak and foolish man. He tells a story that contradicts itself in point of possibility. For though the guard, if there were any, might be made to say that the body was taken away while they were asleep, and to give that as a reason for their not having presented it, that same sleep must also have prevented their knowing how and by whom it was done. And yet they are made to say that it was the disciples who did it. Were a man to tender his evidence of something that he should say was done, and of the manner of doing it, and of the person who did it while he was asleep, and could know nothing of the matter, such evidence could not be received. It will do well enough for Testament evidence, but not for anything where truth is concerned. End of Part 2, Section 14. Part 2, Section 15 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I come now to that part of the evidence in those books that respects the pretended appearance of Christ after this pretended resurrection. The writer of the book of Matthew relates that the angel that was sitting on the stone at the mouth of the sepulchre said to the two Marys, chapter 28, verse 7, "Behold, Christ is gone before you into Galilee. There ye shall see him. Lo, I have told you." And the same writer, at the two next verses, 8 and 9, makes Christ himself to speak to the same purpose to these women, immediately after the angel had told it to them, and that they ran quickly to tell it to the disciples. And at the 16th verse it is said, "Then the 11 disciples went away into Galilee, into a mountain where Jesus had appointed them. And when they saw him, they worshipped him." But the writer of the book of John tells us a story very different to this. For he says, chapter 20, verse 19, "Then the same day at evening, being the first day of the week," that is, the same day that Christ is said to have risen, "when the doors were shut, where the disciples were assembled for fear of the Jews, came Jesus and stood in the midst of them." According to Matthew, the 11 were marching to Galilee to meet Jesus in a mountain, by his own appointment, at the very time when, according to John, they were assembled in another place, and that not by appointment, but in secret, for fear of the Jews. The writer of the book of Luke contradicts that of Matthew more pointedly than John does, for he says expressly that the meeting was in Jerusalem the evening of the same day that he, Christ, rose, and that the 11 were there. See Luke chapter 24, verses 13 and 33. Now, it is not possible, unless we admit these supposed disciples the right of willful lying, that the writer of these books could be any of the 11 persons called disciples. For if, according to Matthew, the 11 went into Galilee to meet Jesus in a mountain by his own appointment, on the same day that he is said to have risen, Luke and John must have been 2 of that 11. Yet the writer of Luke says expressly that John implies as much, that the meeting was that same day in a house in Jerusalem, and on the other hand, if, according to Luke and John, the 11 were assembled in a house in Jerusalem, Matthew must have been one of that 11. Yet Matthew says the meeting was in a mountain in Galilee, and consequently the evidence given in those books destroys each other. The writer of the book of Mark says nothing about any meeting in Galilee, but he says, chapter 16, verse 12, that Christ, after his resurrection, appeared in another form to two of them as they walked into the country, and that these two told it to the residue who would not believe them. Luke also tells a story in which he keeps Christ employed the whole of the day of this pretended resurrection until the evening, and which totally invalidates the account of going to the mountain in Galilee. He says that two of them, without saying which two, went that same day to a village called Emmaus, 80 furlongs, 7 miles and a half, from Jerusalem, and that Christ in disguise went with them, and stayed with them unto the evening, and supped with them, and then vanished out of their sight, and reappeared that same evening at the meeting of the 11 in Jerusalem. This is the contradictory manner in which the evidence of this pretended reappearance of Christ is stated, the only point of which the writers agree is the skulking privacy of that reappearance. For whether it was in the recess of a mountain in Galilee, or in a shut-up house in Jerusalem, it was still skulking. To what cause then are we to assign this skulking? On the one hand, it is directly repugnant to the supposed or pretended end, that of convincing the world that Christ was risen, and on the other hand, to have asserted the publicity of it, would have exposed the writers of those books to public detection, and therefore they have been under the necessity of making it a private affair. As to the account of Christ being seen by more than 500 at once, it is Paul only who says it, and not the 500 who say it for themselves. It is, therefore, the testimony of but one man, and that too of a man who did not, according to the same account, believe a word of the matter himself, at the time it is said to have happened. His evidence, supposing him to have been the writer of the 15th chapter of Corinthians, where this account is given, is like that of a man who comes into a court of justice to swear that what he had sworn before is false. A man may often see reason, and he has too always the right of changing his opinion. But this liberty does not extend to matters of fact. I now come to the last scene, that of the ascension into heaven. Here all fear of the Jews and of everything else must necessarily have been out of the question. It was that which, if true, was to seal the whole, and upon which the reality of the future mission of the disciples was to rest for proof. Words, whether declarations or promises, that passed in private, either in the recess of a mountain in Galilee, or in a shut-up house in Jerusalem, even supposing them to have been spoken, could not be evidence in public. It was therefore necessary that this last scene should preclude the possibility of denial and dispute, and that it should be, as I have stated in the former part of the Age of Reason, as public and as visible as the sun at noonday. At least it ought to have been as public as the crucifixion is reported to have been. But to come to the point. In the first place, the writer of the book of Matthew does not say a syllable about it, neither does the writer of the book of John. This being the case, is it possible to suppose that those writers, who affect to be even minute in other matters, would have been silent upon this had it been true? The writer of the book of Mark passes it off in a careless, slovenly manner, with a single dash of the pen, as if he was tired of romancing or ashamed of the story. So also does the writer of Luke. And even between these two there is not an apparent agreement as to the place where this final parting is said to have been. The book of Mark says that Christ appeared to the 11 as they sat at meat, alluding to the meeting of the 11 at Jerusalem. He then states the conversation that he says passed at that meeting, and immediately after says, as a schoolboy would finish a dull story, "So then after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven, and sat on the right hand of God." But the writer of Luke says that the ascension was from Bethany, that he, Christ, led them out as far as Bethany, and was parted from them then there, and was carried up into heaven. So also Muhammad, and as to Moses, the apostle Jude says, verse 9, that Michael and the devil disputed about his body. While we believe such fables as these, as either of them, we believe unworthily of the Almighty. I have now gone through the examination of the 4 books ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and when it is considered that the whole space of time, from the crucifixion to what is called the ascension, is but a few days, apparently not more than 3 or 4, and that all the circumstances are reported to have happened nearly about the same spot, Jerusalem, it is, I believe, impossible to find, in any story upon record, so many and such glaring absurdities, contradictions, and falsehoods as are in those books. They are more numerous and striking than I had any expectation of finding when I began this examination, and far more so than I had any idea of when I wrote the former part of the Age of Reason. I had then neither Bible nor Testament to refer to, nor could I procure any. My own situation, even as to existence, was becoming every day more precarious, and as I was willing to leave something behind me upon the subject, I was obliged to be quick and concise. The quotations I then made were from memory only, but they are correct, and the opinions I have advanced in that work are the effect of the most clear and long-established conviction that the Bible and the Testament are impositions upon the world, that the fall of man, the account of Jesus Christ being the Son of God, and of his dying to appease the wrath of God, and of salvation by that strange means, are all fabulous inventions, dishonorable to the wisdom and power of the Almighty; that the only true religion is deism, by which I then meant, and now mean, the belief of one God, and an imitation of his moral character, or the practice of what are called moral virtues, and that it was upon this only, so far as religion is concerned, that I rested all my hopes of happiness hereafter. So say I now, and so help me God. But to return to the subject, though it is impossible, at this distance of time, to ascertain as a fact who were the writers of those 4 books, and this alone is sufficient to hold them in doubt, and where we doubt we do not believe, it is not difficult to ascertain negatively that they were not written by the persons to whom they are ascribed. The contradictions in those books demonstrate two things. First, that the writers cannot have been eyewitnesses and ear-witnesses of the matters they relate, or they would have related them without those contradictions. And consequently, that the books have not been written by the persons called apostles, who are supposed to have been witnesses of this kind. Secondly, that the writers, whoever they were, have not acted in concerted imposition, but each writer separately and individually for himself and without the knowledge of the other. The same evidence that applies to prove the one applies equally to prove both cases, that is, that the books were not written by the men called apostles, and also that they are not concerted imposition. As to inspiration, it is altogether out of the question. We may as well attempt to unite truth and falsehood as inspiration and contradiction. If 4 men are eyewitnesses and ear-witnesses to a scene, they will, without any concert between them, agree as to the time and place when and where that scene happened. Their individual knowledge of the thing, each one knowing it for himself, renders concert totally unnecessary. The one will not say it was in a mountain in the country, and the other at a house in town. The one will not say it was at sunrise, and the other that it was dark. For in whatever place it was, at whatever time it was, they know it equally alike. And, on the other hand, if 4 men concert a story, they will make their separate relations of that story agree, and corroborate with each other to support the whole. That concert supplies the want of fact in the one case, as the knowledge of the fact supersedes, in the other case, the necessity of a concert. The same contradictions, therefore, that prove there has been no concert, prove also that the reporters had no knowledge of the fact, or rather of that which they relate as a fact, and detect also the falsehood of their reports. The books, therefore, have neither been written by the men called apostles, nor by impostors in concert. How then have they been written? End of Part 2, Section 15. Part 2, Section 16 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I am not one of those who are fond of believing there is much of that which is called willful lying, or lying originally, except in the case of men setting up to be prophets, as in the Old Testament. For prophesying is lying professionally. In almost all other cases, it is not difficult to discover the progress by which even simple supposition, with the aid of credulity, will, in time, grow into a lie, and at last be told as a fact. And whenever we can find a charitable reason for a thing of this kind, we ought not to indulge a severe one. The story of Jesus Christ appearing after he was dead is the story of an apparition, such as timid imaginations can always create in vision, and credulity believe. Stories of this kind had been told of the assassination of Julius Caesar not many years before, and they generally have their origin in violent deaths, or in the execution of innocent persons. In cases of this kind, compassion lends its aid and benevolently stretches the story. It goes on a little and a little farther till it becomes a most certain truth. Once start a ghost, and credulity fills up the history of its life, and assigns the cause of its appearance. One tells it one way, another another way, till there are as many stories about the ghost and about the proprietor of the ghost as there are about Jesus Christ in these 4 books. The story of the appearance of Jesus Christ is told with that strange mixture of the natural and impossible that distinguishes legendary tale from fact. He is represented as suddenly coming in and out when the doors are shut, and of vanishing out of sight and appearing again, as one would conceive of an unsubstantial vision. Then again he is hungry, sits down to meat and eats his supper. But as those who tell stories of this kind never provide for all the cases, so it is here. They have told us that when he arose he left his grave clothes behind him, but they have forgotten to provide other clothes for him to appear in afterwards, or to tell us what he did with them when he ascended, whether he stripped all off or went up clothes and all. In the case of Elijah, they have been careful enough to make him throw down his mantle. How it happened not to be burnt in the chariot of fire, they also have not told us. But as imagination supplies all deficiencies of this kind, we may suppose, if we please, that it was made of salamander's wool. Those who are not much acquainted with ecclesiastical history may suppose that the book called the New Testament has existed ever since the time of Jesus Christ, as they suppose that the books ascribed to Moses have existed ever since the time of Moses. But the fact is historically otherwise. There was no such book as the New Testament till more than 300 years after the time that Christ is said to have lived. At what time the books ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John began to appear is altogether a matter of uncertainty. There is not the least shadow of evidence of who the persons were that wrote them, nor at what time they were written, and they might as well have been called by the names of any of the other supposed apostles as by the names they are now called. The originals are not in the possession of any Christian church existing, any more than the 2 tables of stone written on, they pretend, by the finger of God upon Mount Sinai, and given to Moses, are in the possession of the Jews. And even if they were, there is no possibility of proving the handwriting in either case. At the time those books were written, there was no printing, and consequently there could be no publication, otherwise than by written copies, which any man might make or alter at pleasure, and call them originals. Can we suppose it is consistent with the wisdom of the Almighty to commit himself and his will to man upon such precarious means as these, or that it is consistent we should pin our faith upon such uncertainties? We cannot make nor alter nor even imitate so much as one blade of grass that he has made, and yet we can make or alter words of God as easily as words of man. Note: the former part of the Age of Reason has not been published 2 years, and there is already an expression in it that it is not mine. The expression is, "The book of Luke was carried by a majority of one voice only." It may be true, but it is not I that have said it. Some person who might know of the circumstance has added it in a note at the bottom of the page of some of the editions, printed either in England or in America, and the printers, after that, have erected it into the body of the work, and made me the author of it. If this had happened within such a short space of time, notwithstanding the aid of printing, which prevents the alteration of copies individually, what may not have happened in a much greater length of time, when there was no printing, and when any man who could write could make a written copy, and call it an original, by Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John? About 350 years after the time that Christ is said to have lived, several writings of the kind I am speaking of were scattered in the hands of diverse individuals, and as the church had begun to form itself into an hierarchy or church government with temporal powers, it set itself about the collecting them into a code, as we now see them called the New Testament. They decided by vote, as I have before said in the former part of the Age of Reason, which of those writings out of the collection they had made should be the word of God, and which should not. The rabbins of the Jews had decided by vote upon the books of the Bible before. As the object of the church, as is the case in all national establishments of churches, was power and revenue, and terror the means it used, it is consistent to suppose that the most miraculous and wonderful of the writings they had collected stood the best chance of being voted. And as to the authenticity of the books, the vote stands in the place of it, for it can be traced no higher. Disputes, however, ran high among the people then calling themselves Christians, not only as to points of doctrine, but as to the authenticity of the books. In the contest between the persons called St. Augustine and Fauste, about the year 400, the latter says, quote, "The books called the Evangelists have been composed long after the times of the apostles by some obscure men, who, fearing that the world would not give credit to their relation of matters of which they could not be informed, have published them under the names of the apostles, and which are so full of sottishness and discordant relations that there is neither agreement nor connection between them." Close quote. And in another place, addressing himself to the advocates of those books as being the word of God, he says, quote, "It is thus that your predecessors have inserted in the scriptures of our Lord many things, which, though they carry his name, agree not with his doctrines. This is not surprising, since that we have often proved that these things have not been written by himself, nor by his apostles, but that for the greatest part they are founded upon tales, upon vague reports, and put together by I know not what, half Jews, with but little agreement between them, and which they have nevertheless published under the names of the apostles of our Lord, and have thus attributed to them their own errors and their lies." Close quote. Note: I have taken these two extracts from Boulager's Life of Paul, written in French. Boulanger has quoted them from the writings of Augustine against Fauste, to which he refers. End note. The reader will see by these extracts that the authenticity of the books of the New Testament was denied, and the books treated as tales, forgeries, and lies, at the time they were voted to be the word of God. But the interest of the church, with the assistance of the faggot, bore down the opposition, and at last suppressed all investigation. Miracles followed upon miracles, if we will believe them, and men were taught to say they believed whether they believed or not. But, by way of throwing in a thought, the French Revolution has excommunicated the Church from the power of working miracles. She has not been able, with the assistance of all her saints, to work one miracle since the Revolution began. And as she never stood in greater need than now, we may, without the aid of divination, conclude that all her former miracles were tricks and lies. Note: Boulanger, in his Life of Paul, has collected from the ecclesiastical histories and the writings of the Fathers, as they are called, several matters which show the opinions that prevailed among the different sects of Christians at the time the Testament, as we now see it, was voted to be the Word of God. The following extracts are from the 2nd chapter of that work. Quote, "The Marchionites, a Christian sect, assured that the evangelists were filled with falsities. The Manichaeans, who formed a very numerous sect at the commencement of Christianity, rejected as false all the New Testament, and showed other writings quite different that they gave for authentic. The Corinthians, like the Marchionites, admitted not the Acts of the Apostles. The Encratites and the Savanians adopted neither the Acts nor the Epistles of Paul. Chrysostome, in a homily which he made upon the Acts of the Apostles, says that in his time, about the year 400, many people knew nothing either of the author or of the book. Saint Irene, who lived before that time, reports that the Valentinians, like several other sects of the Christians, accused the Scriptures of being filled with imperfections, errors, and contradictions. The Ebionites or Nazarenes, who were the first Christians, rejected all the epistles of Paul and regarded him as an impostor. They report, among other things, that he was originally a pagan, that he came to Jerusalem, where he lived some time, and that, having a mind to marry the daughter of the high priest, he caused himself to be circumcised, but that not being able to obtain her, he quarreled with the Jews and wrote against circumcision, and against the observation of the Sabbath, and against all the legal ordinances." Close quote. End note. When we consider the lapse of more than 300 years intervening between the time that Christ is said to have lived and the time the New Testament was formed into a book, we must see, even without the assistance of historical evidence, the exceeding uncertainty there is of its authenticity. The authenticity of the Book of Homer, so far as regards the authorship, is much better established than that of the New Testament, though Homer is 1,000 years the most ancient. It was only an exceeding good poet that could have written the Book of Homer, and therefore few men could have attempted it, and a man capable of doing it would not have thrown away his own fame by giving it to another. In like manner, there was but few that could have composed Euclid's Elements, because none but an exceeding good geometrician could have been the author of that work. End of Part 2, Section 16. Part 2, Section 17 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But with respect to the books of the New Testament, particularly such parts as tell us of the resurrection and ascension of Christ, any person who could tell a story of an apparition or of a man's walking could have made such books, for the story is most wretchedly told. The chance, therefore, of forgery in the Testament is millions to one greater than in the case of Homer or Euclid. of the numerous priests or parsons of the present day, bishops and all, every one of them can make a sermon or translate a scrap of Latin, especially if it has been translated 1,000 times before. But is there any amongst them that can write poetry like Homer, or science like Euclid? The sum total of a parson's learning, with very few exceptions, is A, B, and hic, hoic, hoc, and their knowledge of science is 3 times 1 is 3, and this is more than sufficient to have enabled them, had they lived at the time, to have written all the books of the New Testament. As the opportunities of forgery were greater, so also was the inducement. A man could gain no advantage by writing under the name of Homer or Euclid. If he could write equal to them, it would be better that he wrote under his own name. If inferior, he could not succeed. Pride would prevent the former, and impossibility the latter. But with respect to such books as compose the New Testament, all the inducements were on the side of forgery. The best imagined history that could have been made, at the distance of 200 or 300 years after the time, could not have passed for an original under the name of the real writer. The only chance of success lay in forgery, for the church wanted pretense for its new doctrine, and truth and talents were out of the question. But as it is not uncommon, as before observed, to relate stories of persons walking after they are dead, and of ghosts and apparitions of such as have fallen by some violent or extraordinary means, and as the people of that day were in the habit of believing such things, and of the appearance of angels, and also of devils, and of their getting into people's insides, and shaking them like a fit of an ague, and of their being cast out again as if by an emetic, Mary Magdalene, the book of Mark tells us, had brought up or been brought to bed by 7 devils. It was nothing extraordinary that some story of this kind should get abroad of the person called Jesus Christ, and become afterwards the foundation of the 4 books ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Each writer told the tale as he heard it, or thereabouts, and gave to his book the name of the saint or the apostle whom tradition had given as the eyewitness. It is only upon this ground that the contradictions in those books can be accounted for. And if this be not the case, they are downright impositions, lies, and forgeries, without even the apology of credulity. That they have been written by a sort of half-Jews, as the foregoing quotations mention, is discernible enough. The frequent references made to that chief assassin and impostor Moses, and to the men called prophets, establishes this point. And on the other hand, the church has complemented the fraud by admitting the Bible and the Testament to reply to each other. Between the Christian Jew and the Christian Gentile, the thing called a prophecy and the thing prophesied, the type and the thing typified, the sign and the thing signified, have been industriously rummaged up and fitted together like old locks and picklock keys. The story foolishly enough told of Eve and the serpent, and naturally enough as to the enmity between men and serpents, for the serpent always bites about the heel because it cannot reach higher, and the man always knocks the serpent about the head as the most effectual way to prevent its biting. This foolish story, I say, has been made into a prophecy, a type, and a promise to begin with, and the lying imposition of Isaiah to Ahaz that a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, as a sign that Ahaz should conquer, when the event was that he was defeated, as already noticed in the observations on the book of Isaiah, has been perverted and made to serve as a winder-up. Note, it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Genesis chapter 3, verse 15. End note. Jonah and the whale are also made into a sign or type. Jonah is Jesus, and the whale is the grave. For it is said, and they have made Christ to say it of himself, Matthew chapter 17, verse 40, for as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. But it happens awkwardly enough that Christ, according to their own account, was but 1 day and 2 nights in the grave, about 36 hours instead of 72. That is, the Friday night, the Saturday, and the Saturday night. For they say he was up on the Sunday morning by sunrise or before. But as this fits quite as well as the bite and the kick in Genesis, or the virgin and her son in Isaiah, it will pass in the lump of orthodox things. Thus much for the historical part of the Testament and its evidences. Epistles of Paul. The epistles ascribed to Paul, being 14 in number, almost fill up the remaining part of the Testament. Whether those epistles were written by the person to whom they are ascribed is a matter of no great importance, since the writer, whoever he was, attempts to prove his doctrine by argument. He does not pretend to have been witness to any of the scenes told of the resurrection and the ascension, and he declares that he had not believed them. The story of his being struck to the ground as he was journeying to Damascus has nothing in it miraculous or extraordinary. He escaped with life, and that is more than many others have done who have been struck with lightning. And that he should lose his sight for 3 days, and be unable to eat or drink during this time, is nothing more than is common in such conditions. His companions that were with him appear not to have suffered in the same manner, for they were well enough to lead him the remainder of the journey. Neither did they pretend to have seen any vision. The character of the person called Paul, according to the accounts given of him, has in it a great deal of violence and fanaticism. He had persecuted with as much heat as he preached afterwards. The stroke he had received had changed his thinking, without altering his constitution, and, either as a Jew or a Christian, he was the same zealot. Such men are never good moral evidences of any doctrine they preach. They are always in extremes, as well of action as of belief. The doctrine he sets out to prove by argument is the resurrection of the same body, and he advances this as an evidence of immortality. But so much will men differ in their meaning of thinking, and in the conclusions they draw from the same premises, that this doctrine of the resurrection of the same body, so far from being an evidence of immortality, appears to me to furnish an evidence against it. For if I had already died in this body, and am raised again in the same body in which I have died, it is presumptive evidence that I shall die again. That resurrection no more secures me against the repetition of dying than an ague fit, when past, secures me against another. To believe, therefore, in immortality, I must have a more elevated idea than is contained in the gloomy doctrine of the resurrection. Besides, as a matter of choice, as well as of hope, I had rather have a better body and a more convenient form than the present. Every animal in the creation excels us in something. The winged insects, without mentioning doves or eagles, can pass over more space and with greater ease in a few minutes than man can in an hour. The glide of the smallest fish, in proportion to its bulk, exceeds us in motion, almost beyond comparison, and without weariness. Even the sluggish snail can ascend from the bottom of a dungeon, where a man, by the want of that ability, would perish. And a spider can launch itself from the top as a playful amusement. The personal powers of man are so limited, and his heavy frame so little constructed to extensive enjoyment, that there is nothing to induce us to wish the opinion of Paul to be true. It is too little for the magnitude of the scene, too mean for the sublimity of the subject. But all other arguments apart, the consciousness of existence is the only conceivable idea we can have of another life, and the continuance of that consciousness is immortality. The consciousness of existence, or the knowing that we exist, is not necessarily confined to the same form, nor to the same matter, even in this life. We have not in all cases the same form, nor in any case the same matter, that composed our bodies 20 or 30 years ago, and yet we are conscious of being the same persons. Even legs and arms, which make up almost half the human frame, are not necessary to the consciousness of existence. These may be lost or taken away, and the full consciousness of existence remain. And were their place supplied by wings or other appendages, we cannot conceive that it could alter our consciousness of existence. In short, we know not how much, or rather how little of our composition it is, and how exquisitely fine that little is, that creates in us this consciousness of existence, and all beyond that is like the pulp of a peach, distinct and separate from the vegetative speck in the kernel. Who can say by what exceeding fine action of fine matter it is that a thought is produced, in what we call the mind? And yet that thought, when produced, as I now produce the thought I am writing, is capable of becoming immortal, and is the only production of man that has that capacity. Statues of brass or marble will perish, and statues made in imitation of them are not the same statues, nor the same workmanship, any more than the copy of a picture is the same picture. But print and reprint a thought 1,000 times over, and that with materials of any kind, carve it in wood or engrave it on stone, the thought is eternally and identically the same thought in every case. It has a capacity of unimpaired existence, unaffected by change of matter, and is essentially distinct and of a nature different from everything else that we know or can conceive. If then the thing produced has in itself a capacity of being immortal, it is more than a token that the power that produced it, which is the self same thing as consciousness of existence, can be immortal also, and that as independently of the matter it was first connected with, as the thought is of the printing or writing it first appeared in. The one idea is not more difficult to believe than the other, and we can see that one is true. That the consciousness of existence is not dependent on the same form or the same matter is demonstrated to our senses in the works of the creation, as far as our senses are capable of receiving that demonstration. A very numerous part of the animal creation preaches to us, far better than Paul, the belief of a life hereafter. Their little life resembles an earth and a heaven, a present and a future state, and comprises, if it may be so expressed, immortality in miniature. End of Part 2, Section 17. Part 2, Section 18 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The most beautiful parts of the creation, to our eye, are the winged insects, and they are not so originally. They acquire that form and that inimitable brilliancy by progressive changes. The slow and creeping caterpillar worm of today passes in a few days to a torpid figure, and a state resembling death, and in the next change comes forth in all the miniature magnificence of life a splendid butterfly. No resemblance of the former creature remains. Everything is changed. All his powers are new, and life is to him another thing. We cannot conceive that the consciousness of existence is not the same in this state of the animal as before. Why then must I believe that the resurrection of the same body is necessary to continue to me the consciousness of existence hereafter? In the former part of The Age of Reason, I have called the creation the true and the only Word of God. And this instance, or this text, in the book of creation, not only shows to us that this thing may be so, but that it is so, and that the belief of a future state is a rational belief, founded upon facts visible in the creation. For it is not more difficult to believe that we shall exist hereafter in a better state and form than at present, than that a worm should become a butterfly, and quit the dunghill for the atmosphere, if we did not know it as a fact. As to the doubtful jargon ascribed to Paul in the 15th chapter of 1 Corinthians, which makes part of the burial service of some Christian sectaries, it is as destitute of meaning as the tolling of the bell at the funeral. It explains nothing to the understanding, it illustrates nothing to the imagination, but leaves the reader to find any meaning if he can. All flesh, says he, is not the same flesh. There is one flesh of men, another of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. And what then? Nothing. A cook could have said as much. There are also, says he, bodies celestial and bodies terrestrial. The glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. And what then? Nothing. And what is the difference? Nothing that he has told. There is, says he, one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. And what then? Nothing, except that he says that one star differeth from another star in glory instead of distance. And he might as well have told us that the moon did not shine so bright as the sun. All this is nothing better than the jargon of a conjurer who picks up phrases he does not understand, to confound the credulous people who come to have their fortunes told. Priests and conjurers are of the same trade. Sometimes Paul affects to be a naturalist, and to prove his system of resurrection from the principles of vegetation. Thou fool, says he, that which thou sowest is not quickened except it die. to which one might reply in his own language and say, "Thou fool, Paul, that which thou sowest is not quickened except it die not. For the grain that dies in the ground never does, nor can vegetate. It is only the living grains that produce the next crop." But the metaphor, in point of view, is no simile. It is succession, and not resurrection. The progress of an animal from one state of being to another, as from a worm to a butterfly, applies to the case. But this of a grain does not, and shows Paul to have been what he says of others, a fool. Whether the 14 epistles ascribed to Paul were written by him or not is a matter of indifference. They are either argumentative or dogmatical. And as the argument is defective, and the dogmatical part is merely presumptive, it signifies not who wrote them. And the same may be said for the remaining parts of the Testament. It is not upon the epistles, but upon what is called the gospel contained in the 4 books ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and upon the pretended prophecies, that the theory of the church, calling itself the Christian church, is founded. The epistles are dependent upon those, and must follow their fate. For if the story of Jesus Christ be fabulous, all reasoning founded upon it as a supposed truth must fall with it. We know from history that one of the principal leaders of this church, Athanasius, lived at the time the New Testament was formed, and we know also, from the absurd jargon he has left us under the name of a creed, the character of the men who formed the New Testament. And we know also from the same history that the authenticity of the books of which it is composed was denied at the time. Note, Athanasius died, according to the church chronology, in the year 371. End note. It was upon the vote of such as Athanasius that the Testament was decreed to be the Word of God, and nothing can present to us a more strange idea than that of decreeing the Word of God by vote. Those who rest their faith upon such authority put man in the place of God, and have no true foundation for future happiness. Credulity, however, is not a crime, but it becomes criminal by resisting conviction. It is strangling in the womb of the conscience the efforts it makes to ascertain truth. We should never force belief upon ourselves in anything. I here close the subject on the Old Testament and the New. The evidence I have produced to prove them forgeries is extracted from the books themselves, and acts like a two-edged sword either way. If the evidence be denied, the authenticity of the Scriptures is denied with it, for it is Scripture evidence, and if the evidence be admitted, the authenticity of the books is disproved. The contradictory impossibilities contained in the Old Testament and the New put them in the case of a man who swears for and against. Either evidence convicts him of perjury and equally destroys reputation. Should the Bible and Testament hereafter fall, it is not I that have been the occasion. I have done no more than extracted the evidence from the confused mass of matter with which it is mixed, and arranged that evidence in a point of light to be clearly seen and easily comprehended. And having done this, I leave the reader to judge for himself, as I judged for myself. End of Part 2, Section 18. Part 2, Section 19 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conclusion. In the former part of The Age of Reason, I have spoken of the three frauds, mystery, miracle, and prophecy. And as I have seen nothing in any of the answers to that work that in the least affects what I have there said upon those subjects, I shall not encumber this second part with additions that are not necessary. I have spoken also in the same work upon what is called revelation, and have shown the absurd misapplication of that term to the books of the Old Testament and the New. For certainly revelation is out of the question in reciting anything of which man has been the actor or the witness. That which a man has done or seen needs no revelation to tell him he has done it or seen it, for he knows it already, nor to enable him to tell it or to write it. It is ignorance or imposition to apply the term revelation in such cases. Yet the Bible and Testament are classed under this fraudulent description of being all revelation. Revelation, then, so far as the term has relation between God and man, can only be applied to something which God reveals of his will to man. But though the power of the Almighty to make such a communication is necessarily admitted, because to that power all things are possible, yet the thing so revealed, if anything ever was revealed, and which, by the by, it is impossible to prove, is revelation to the person only to whom it is made. His account of it to another is not revelation, and whoever puts faith in that account puts it in the man from whom the account comes, and that man may have been deceived, or may have dreamed it, or he may be an impostor, and may lie. There is no possible criterion whereby to judge the truth of what he tells, for even the morality of it would be no proof of revelation. In all such cases, the proper answer would be, when it is revealed to me, I will believe it to be revelation. But it is not and cannot be incumbent upon me to believe it to be revelation before. Neither is it proper that I should take the word of a man as the word of God, and put man in the place of God. This is the manner in which I have spoken of revelation in the former part of the Age of Reason, and which, while it reverentially admits revelation as a possible thing, because, as before said, to the Almighty all things are possible, it prevents the imposition of one man upon another, and precludes the wicked use of pretended revelation. But though, speaking for myself, I thus admit the possibility of revelation, I totally disbelieve that the Almighty ever did communicate anything to man, by any mode of speech, in any language, or by any kind of vision or appearance, or by any means which our senses are capable of receiving, otherwise than by the universal display of himself in the works of the creation, and by that repugnance we feel in ourselves to bad actions, and disposition to good ones. The most detestable wickedness, the most horrid cruelties, and the greatest miseries that have afflicted the human race have had their origin in this thing called revelation, or revealed religion. It has been the most dishonorable belief against the character of the divinity, the most destructive to morality, and the peace and happiness of man, that ever was propagated since man began to exist. It is better, far better, that we admitted, if it were possible, 1,000 devils to roam at large and to preach publicly the doctrine of devils, if there were any such, than that we permitted one such impostor and monster as Moses, Joshua, Samuel, and the Bible prophets, to come with the pretended word of God in his mouth, and have credit among us. Whence arose all the horrid assassinations of whole nations of men, women, and infants, with which the Bible is filled, and the bloody persecutions and tortures unto death, and religious wars, that since that time have laid Europe in blood and ashes? Whence arose they, but from the impious thing called revealed religion, and this monstrous belief that God has spoken to man? The lies of the Bible have been the cause of the one, and the lies of the Testament of the other. Some Christians pretend that Christianity was not established by the sword. But of what period of time do they speak? It was impossible that 12 men could begin with the sword. They had not the power. But no sooner were the professors of Christianity sufficiently powerful to employ the sword than they did so, and the stake and the faggot too. And Mohammed could not do it sooner. By the same spirit that Peter cut off the ear of the high priest's servant, if the story be true, he would have cut off his head, and the head of his master, had he been able. Besides this, Christianity grounds itself originally upon the Bible, and the Bible was established altogether by the sword, and that in the worst use of it, not to terrify, but to extirpate. The Jews made no converts. They butchered all. The Bible is the sire of the Testament, and both are called the Word of God. The Christians read both books. The ministers preach from both books. And this thing called Christianity is made up of both. It is then false to say that Christianity was not established by the sword. The only sect that has not persecuted are the Quakers, and the only reason that can be given for it is, that they are rather deists than Christians. They do not believe much about Jesus Christ, and they call the Scriptures a dead letter. Had they called them by a worse name, they had been nearer the truth. It is incumbent on every man who reverences the character of the Creator, and who wishes to lessen the catalogue of artificial miseries, and remove the cause that has sown persecutions thick among mankind, to expel all ideas of revealed religion as a dangerous heresy, and an impious fraud. What is it that we have learned from this pretended thing called revealed religion? Nothing that is useful to man, and everything that is dishonorable to his Maker. What is it the Bible teaches us? Rapine, cruelty, and murder. What is it the Testament teaches us? To believe that the Almighty committed debauchery with a woman engaged to be married, and the belief of this debauchery is called faith. As to the fragments of morality that are irregularly and thinly scattered in those books, they make no part of this pretended thing, revealed religion. They are the natural dictates of conscience, and the bonds by which society is held together, and without which it cannot exist, and are nearly the same in all religions and in all societies. The Testament teaches nothing new upon this subject, and where it attempts to exceed, it becomes mean and ridiculous. The doctrine of not retaliating injuries is much better expressed in Proverbs, which is a collection as well from the Gentiles as the Jews, than it is in the Testament. It is there said, Proverbs chapter 25, verse 21, "If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. But when it is said, as in the Testament, "If a man smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also," it is assassinating the dignity of forbearance and sinking man into a spaniel. Note: according to what is called Christ's Sermon on the Mount in the book of Matthew, where, among some other good things, a great deal of this feigned morality is introduced, it is there expressly said that the doctrine of forbearance, or of not retaliating injuries, was not any part of the doctrine of the Jews. But as this doctrine is founded in Proverbs, it must, according to that statement, have been copied from the Gentiles, from whom Christ had learned it. Those men, whom Jewish and Christian idolaters have abusively called heathens, had much better and clearer ideas of justice and morality than are to be found in the Old Testament, so far as it is Jewish, or in the New. The answer of Solon on the question, which is the most perfect popular government, has never been exceeded by any man since his time, as containing a maxim of political morality. That, says he, where the least injury done to the meanest individual is considered as an insult on the whole constitution. Solon lived about 500 years before Christ. End note. Loving enemies is another dogma of feigned morality, and has besides no meaning. It is incumbent on man, as a moralist, that he does not revenge an injury. But it is equally as good in a political sense, for there is no end to retaliation. Each retaliates on the other and calls it justice. But to love in proportion to the injury, if it could be done, would be to offer a premium for a crime. Besides, the word enemies is too vague and general to be used in a moral maxim, which ought always to be clear and defined, like a proverb. If a man be the enemy of another from mistake and prejudice, as in the case of religious opinions, and sometimes in politics, that man is different to an enemy at heart with a criminal intention, and it is incumbent upon us, and it contributes also to our own tranquility, that we put the best construction upon a thing that it will bear. But even this erroneous motive in him makes no motive for love on the other part. And to say that we can love voluntarily and without a motive is morally and physically impossible. Morality is injured by prescribing to it duties that, in the first place, are impossible to be performed, and, if they could be, would be productive of evil, or, as before said, be premiums for crime. The maxim of doing as we would be done unto does not include this strange doctrine of loving enemies, for no man expects to be loved himself for his crime or for his enmity. Those who preach this doctrine of loving their enemies are in general the greatest persecutors, and they act consistently by so doing, for the doctrine is hypocritical, and it is natural that hypocrisy should act the reverse of what it preaches. For my own part, I disown the doctrine, and consider it as a feigned or fabulous morality. Yet the man does not exist that can say I have persecuted him, or any man, or any set of men, either in the American Revolution or in the French Revolution, or that I have in any case returned evil for evil. But it is not incumbent on man to reward a bad action with a good one, or to return good for evil, and wherever it is done, it is a voluntary act, and not a duty. It is also absurd to suppose that such doctrine can make any part of a revealed religion. We imitate the moral character of the Creator by forbearing with each other, for he forbears with all. But this doctrine would imply that he loved man, not in proportion as he was good, but as he was bad. But if we consider the nature of our condition here, we must see there is no occasion for such a thing as revealed religion. What is it we want to know? Does not the creation, the universe we behold, preach to us the existence of an almighty power that governs and regulates the whole? And is not the evidence that this creation holds out to our senses infinitely stronger than anything we can read in a book, that any impostor might make and call the Word of God? As for morality, the knowledge of it exists in every man's conscience. Here we are. The existence of an almighty power is sufficiently demonstrated to us, though we cannot conceive, as it is impossible we should, the nature and manner of its existence. We cannot conceive how we came here ourselves, and yet we know for a fact that we are here. We must know also that the power that called us into being can, if he please, and when he pleases, call us to account for the manner in which we have lived here, and therefore, without seeking any other motive for the belief, it is rational to believe that he will, for we know beforehand that he can. The probability or even possibility of the thing is all that we need to know, for if we knew it as a fact, we should be the mere slaves of terror. Our belief would have no merit, and our best actions no virtue. End of Part 2, Section 19. Part 2, Section 20 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Deism then teaches us, without the possibility of being deceived, all that is necessary or proper to be known. The creation is the Bible of the deist. He there reads, in the handwriting of the Creator himself, the certainty of his existence and the immutability of his power, and all other Bibles and Testaments are to him forgeries. The probability that we may be called to account hereafter will, to a reflecting mind, have the influence of belief, for it is not our belief or disbelief that can make or unmake the fact. As this is the state we are in, and which it is proper we should be in, as free agents, it is the fool only, and not the philosopher, or even the prudent man, that would live as if there were no God. But the belief of a God is so weakened by being mixed with the strange fable of the Christian creed, and with the wild adventures related in the Bible, and of the obscurity and obscene nonsense of the Testament, that the mind of man is bewildered as in a fog. Viewing all these things in a confused mass, he confounds fact with fable, and as he cannot believe all, he feels a disposition to reject all. But the belief of a God is a belief distinct from all the things, and ought not to be confounded with any. The notion of a trinity of gods has enfeebled the belief of one God. A multiplication of beliefs acts as a division of belief, and in proportion as anything is divided, it is weakened. Religion, by such means, becomes a thing of form instead of fact, a notion instead of principles. Morality is banished to make room for an imaginary thing called faith, and this faith has its origin in a supposed debauchery. A man is preached instead of God. An execution is an object for gratitude. The preachers daub themselves with the blood like a troop of assassins and pretend to admire the brilliancy it gives them. They preach a humdrum sermon on the merits of the execution, then praise Jesus Christ for being executed, and condemn the Jews for doing it. A man, by hearing all this nonsense lumped and preached together, confounds the God of the creation with the imagined God of the Christians, and lives as if there were none. Of all the systems of religion that ever were invented, there is none more derogatory to the Almighty, more unedifying to man, more repugnant to reason, and more contradictory in itself than this thing called Christianity. Too absurd for belief, too impossible to convince, and too inconsistent for practice, it renders the heart torpid, or produces only atheists and fanatics. As an engine of power, it serves the purpose of despotism, and as a means of wealth, the avarice of priests. But so far as respects the good of man in general, it leads to nothing here or hereafter. The only religion that has not been invented, and that has in it every evidence of divine originality, is pure and simple deism. It must have been the first, and will probably be the last that man believes. The pure and simple deism does not answer the purpose of despotic governments. They cannot lay hold of religion as an engine, but by mixing it with human inventions and making their own authority a part. Neither does it answer the avarice of priests, but by incorporating themselves and their functions with it, and becoming, like the government, a party in the system. It is this that forms the otherwise mysterious connection of church and state, the church humane and the state tyrannic. Were a man impressed as fully and as strongly as he ought to be with the belief of a God, his moral life would be regulated by the force of that belief. He would stand in awe of God and of himself, and would not do the thing that could not be concealed from either. To give this belief the full opportunity of force, it is necessary that it acts alone. This is deism. But when, according to the Christian Trinitarian scheme, one part of God is represented by a dying man, and another part called the Holy Ghost by a flying pigeon, it is impossible that belief can attach itself to such wild conceits. Note, the book called the Book of Matthew says, chapter 3, verse 16, that the Holy Ghost descended in the shape of a dove. It might as well have said a goose. The creatures are equally harmless, and the one is as much a nonsensical lie as the other. The second of Acts, verses 2 and 3, says that it descended in a mighty rushing wind, in the shape of cloven tongues. Perhaps it was cloven feet. Such absurd stuff is only fit for tales of witches and wizards. End note. It has been the scheme of the Christian Church and of all the other invented systems of religion to hold man in ignorance of the Creator, as it is of government to hold man in ignorance of his rights. The systems of the one are as false as those of the other, and are calculated for mutual support. The study of theology, as it stands in Christian churches, is the study of nothing. It is founded on nothing. It rests on no principles. It proceeds by no authorities. It has no data. It can demonstrate nothing, and it admits of no conclusion. Not anything can be studied as a science without our being in possession of the principles upon which it is founded. And as this is not the case with Christian theology, it is therefore the study of nothing. Instead, then, of studying theology, as is now done, out of the Bible and Testament, the meanings of which books are always controverted, and the authenticity of which is disproved, it is necessary that we refer to the Bible of the creation. The principles we discover there are eternal and of divine origin. They are the foundation of all the science that exists in the world, and must be the foundation of theology. We can know God only through his works. We cannot have a conception of any one attribute, but by following some principle that leads to it. We have only a confused idea of his power, if we have not the means of comprehending something of its immensity. We can have no idea of his wisdom, but by knowing the order and manner in which it acts. The principles of science lead to this knowledge, for the creator of man is the creator of science, and it is through that medium that man can see God, as it were, face to face. Could a man be placed in a situation and endowed with power of vision to behold at one view, and to contemplate deliberately the structure of the universe, to mark the movements of the several planets, the cause of their varying appearances, the unerring order in which they revolve, even to the remotest comet, their connections and dependence on each other, and to know the system of laws established by the Creator that governs and regulates the whole, he would then conceive, far beyond what any church theology can teach him, the power, the wisdom, the vastness, the munificence of the Creator. He would then see that all the knowledge man has of science, and that all the mechanical arts by which he renders his situation comfortable here, are derived from that source. His mind, exalted by the scene, and convinced by the fact, would increase in gratitude as it increased in knowledge. His religion or his worship would become united with his improvement as a man. Any employment he followed, that had connection with the principles of the creation, as everything of agriculture, of science, and of mechanical arts has, would teach him more of God and of the gratitude he owes him than any theological Christian sermon he now hears. Great objects inspire great thoughts. Great munificence excites great gratitude. But the groveling tales and doctrines of the Bible and the Testament are fit only to excite contempt. Though man cannot arrive, at least in this life, at the actual scene I have described, he can demonstrate it, because he has a knowledge of the principles upon which the creation is constructed. We know that the greatest works can be represented in model, and that the universe can be represented by the same means. The same principles by which we measure an inch or an acre of ground will measure to millions in extent. A circle of an inch diameter has the same geometrical properties as a circle that would circumscribe the universe. The same properties of a triangle that will demonstrate upon paper the course of a ship will do it on the ocean, and when applied to what are called the heavenly bodies, will ascertain to a minute the time of an eclipse, though these bodies are millions of miles distant from us. This knowledge is of divine origin, and it is from the Bible of the creation that man has learned it, and not from the stupid Bible of the church that teacheth man nothing. Note: the Bible makers have undertaken to give us, in the first chapter of Genesis, an account of the creation, and in doing this they have demonstrated nothing but their ignorance. They make there to have been 3 days and 3 nights, evenings and mornings, before there was a sun, when it is the presence or absence of the sun that is the cause of day and night, and what is called his rising and setting, that of morning and evening. Besides, it is a puerile and pitiful idea to suppose the Almighty to say, "Let there be light." It is the imperative manner of speaking that a conjurer uses when he says to his cups and balls, "Presto, be gone," and most probably has been taken from it, as Moses and his rod are a conjurer and his wand. Longinus calls this expression the sublime, and by the same rule the conjurer is sublime too, for the manner of speaking is expressively and grammatically the same. When authors and critics talk of the sublime, they see not how nearly it borders on the ridiculous. The sublime of the critics, like some parts of Edmund Burke's Sublime and Beautiful, is like a windmill just visible in a fog, which imagination might distort into a flying mountain, or an archangel, or a flock of wild geese. All the knowledge man has of science and of machinery, by the aid of which his existence is rendered comfortable upon earth, and without which he would be scarcely distinguishable in appearance and condition from a common animal, comes from the great machine and structure of the universe. The constant and unwearied observations of our ancestors upon the movements and revolutions of the heavenly bodies, in what are supposed to have been the early ages of the world, have brought this knowledge upon earth. It is not Moses and the prophets, nor Jesus Christ, nor his apostles that have done it. The Almighty is the great mechanic of the creation, the first philosopher and original teacher of all science. Let us then learn to reverence our Master, and not let us forget the labors of our ancestors. Had we at this day no knowledge of machinery, and were it possible that man could have a view, as I have before described, of the structure and machinery of the universe, he would soon conceive the idea of constructing some at least of the mechanical works we now have, and the idea so conceived would progressively advance in practice. Or could a model of the universe, such as is called an orrery, be presented before him and put in motion, his mind would arrive at the same idea. Such an object and such a subject would, whilst it improved him in knowledge useful to himself as a man and a member of society, as well as entertaining, afford far better matter for impressing him with a knowledge of, and a belief in the Creator, and of the reverence and gratitude that man owes to him, than the stupid texts of the Bible and the Testament, from which, be the talents of the preacher what they may, only stupid sermons can be preached. If man must preach, let him preach something that is edifying, and from texts that are known to be true. The text of the creation is inexhaustible in texts. Every part of science, whether connected with the geometry of the universe, with the systems of animal and vegetable life, or with the properties of inanimate matter, is a text as well for devotion as for philosophy, for gratitude as for human improvement. It will perhaps be said that if such a revolution in the system of religion takes place, every preacher ought to be a philosopher. Most certainly, and every house of devotion a school of science. It has been by wandering from the immutable laws of science and the right use of reason, and setting up an invented thing called revealed religion, that so many wild and blasphemous conceits have been formed of the Almighty. The Jews have made him the assassin of the human species, to make room for the religion of the Jews. The Christians have made him the murderer of himself, and the founder of a new religion to supersede and expel the Jewish religion. And to find pretense and admission for these things, they must have supposed his power or his wisdom imperfect, or his will changeable, or the changeableness of the will is the imperfection of the judgment. The philosopher knows that the laws of the Creator have never changed with respect either to the principles of science or the properties of matter. Why then is it to be supposed they have changed with respect to man? I here close the subject. I have shown in all the foregoing parts of this work that the Bible and Testament are impositions and forgeries, and I leave the evidence I have produced in proof of it to be refuted, if anyone can do it, and I leave the ideas that are suggested in the conclusion of the work to rest on the mind of the reader, certain as I am that when opinions are free, either in matters of government or religion, truth will finally and powerfully prevail. End of the second part. End of part 2, section 20. Preface to Part 3 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Age of Reason, Part the Third, being an examination of the passages in the New Testament quoted from the Old, and called prophecies concerning Jesus Christ, to which is prefixed an essay on dreams, also an appendix containing the contradictory doctrines between Matthew and Mark, and my private thoughts on a future state, by Thomas Paine, London, printed and published by R. Carlyle, 55 Fleet Street, 1819. Preface to the ministers and preachers of all denominations of religion. It is the duty of every man, as far as his ability extends, to detect and expose delusion and error. But nature has not given to every one a talent for that purpose, and among those to whom such a talent is given, there is often a want of disposition or of courage to do it. The world, or more properly speaking, that small part of it called Christendom, or the Christian world, has been amused for more than 1,000 years with accounts of prophecies in the Old Testament about the coming of the person called Jesus Christ, and thousands of sermons have been preached and volumes written to make man believe it. In the following treatise I have examined all the passages in the New Testament quoted from the Old and called prophecies concerning Jesus Christ, and I find no such thing as a prophecy of any such person, and I deny there are any. The passages all relate to circumstances the Jewish nation was in at the time they were written or spoken, and not to anything that was or was not to happen in the world several hundred years afterwards. And I have shown what the circumstances were to which the passages apply or refer. I have given chapter and verse for everything I have said, and have not gone out of the books of the Old and New Testament for evidence, that the passages are not prophecies of the person called Jesus Christ. The prejudice of unfounded belief often degenerates into the prejudice of custom, which becomes, at last, rank hypocrisy, when men, from custom or fashion, or any worldly motive, profess or pretend to believe what they do not believe, nor can give any reason for believing, they unship the helm of their morality, and being no longer honest to their own minds, they feel no moral difficulty in being unjust to others. It is from the influence of this vice, hypocrisy, that we see so many church and meeting-going professors and pretenders to religion, so full of trick and deceit in their dealings, and so loose in the performance of their engagements, that they are not to be trusted further than the laws of the country will bind them. Morality has no hold on their minds, no restraint on their actions. One set of preachers makes salvation to consist in believing. They tell their congregations that if they believe in Christ, their sins shall be forgiven. This, in the first place, is an encouragement to sin, in a similar manner as when a prodigal young fellow is told his father will pay all his debts. He runs into debt the faster and becomes the more extravagant. "Daddy," says he, "pays all," and on he goes. Just so in the other case, Christ pays all, and on goes the sinner. In the next place, the doctrine these men preach is not true. The New Testament rests itself for credibility and testimony on what are called prophecies in the Old Testament of the person called Jesus Christ. And if there are no such thing as prophecies of any such person in the Old Testament, the New Testament is a forgery of the councils of Nice and Laodicea, and the faith founded thereon, delusion and falsehood. Note: the councils of Nice and Laodicea were held about 350 years after the time Christ is said to have lived, and the books that now compose the New Testament were then voted for by yeas and nays, as we now vote a law. A great many that were offered had a majority of nays and were rejected. This is the way the New Testament came into being. End note. Another set of preachers tell their congregations that God predestined and selected from all eternity a certain number to be saved and a certain number to be damned eternally. If this were true, the day of judgment is past. Their preaching is in vain, and they had better work at some useful calling for their livelihood. This doctrine, also like the former, hath a direct tendency to demoralize mankind. Can a bad man be reformed by telling him that if he is one of those who was decreed to be damned before he was born, his reformation will do him no good? And if he was decreed to be saved, whether he believes it or not, for this is the result of the doctrine. Such preaching and such preachers do injury to the moral world. They had better be at the plow. As in my political works, my motive and object have been to give man an elevated sense of his own character, and free him from the slavish and superstitious absurdity of monarchy and hereditary government. So in my publications on religious subjects, my endeavors have been directed to bring man to a right use of the reason that God has given him, to impress on him the great principles of divine morality, justice, mercy, and a benevolent disposition to all men and to all creatures, and to inspire in him a spirit of trust, confidence, and consolation in his Creator, unshackled by the fables of books pretending to be the Word of God. Thomas Paine. Introduction. As a great deal is said in the New Testament about dreams, it is first necessary to explain the nature of dream, and to show by what operation of the mind a dream is produced during sleep. When this is understood, we shall be the better enabled to judge whether any reliance can be placed upon them, and consequently whether the several matters in the New Testament related of dreams deserve the credit which the writers of that book and priests and commentators ascribe to them. End of Preface to Part 3. An Essay on Dreams from Part 3 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Age of Reason, Part the Third, An Essay on Dreams. In order to understand the nature of dreams, or of that which passes in ideal vision during a state of sleep, it is first necessary to understand the composition and decomposition of the human mind. The three great faculties of the mind are imagination, judgment, and memory. Every action of the mind comes under one or other of these faculties. In a state of wakefulness, as in the daytime, these three faculties are all active. But that is seldom the case in sleep, and never perfectly. And this is the cause that our dreams are not so regular and rational as our waking thoughts. The seat of that collection of powers or faculties that constitute what is called the mind is in the brain. There is not, and cannot be, any visible demonstration of this anatomically, but accidents happening to living persons show it to be so. An injury done to the brain by a fracture of the skull will sometimes change a wise man into a childish idiot, a being without mind. But so careful has nature been of that sanctum sanctorum of man, the brain, that of all the external accidents to which humanity is subject, this happens the most seldom. But we often see it happening by long and habitual intemperance. Whether those three faculties occupy distinct apartments of the brain is known only to that almighty power that formed and organized it. We can see the external effects of muscular motion in all the members of the body, though its primum mobile, or first moving cause, is unknown to man. Our external motions are sometimes the effect of intention, and sometimes not. If we are sitting and intend to rise, or standing and intend to sit or to walk, the limbs obey that intention as they heard the order given. But we make 1,000 motions every day, and that as well waking as sleeping, that have no prior intention to direct them. Each member acts as if it had a will or mind of its own. Man governs the whole when he pleases to govern, but in the interims the several parts, like little suburbs, govern themselves without consulting the sovereign. But all these motions, whatever be the generating cause, are external and visible. But with respect to the brain, no ocular observation can be made upon it. All is mystery, all is darkness in that womb of thought. Whether the brain is a mass of matter in continual rest, whether it has a vibrating pulsative motion, or a heaving and falling motion, like matter in fermentation, whether different parts of the brain have different motions according to the faculty that is employed, be it the imagination, the judgment, or the memory, man knows nothing of. He knows not the cause of his own wit. His own brain conceals it from him. Comparing invisible by visible things, as metaphysical can sometimes be compared to physical things, the operations of these distinct and several faculties have some resemblance to the mechanism of a watch. The mainspring, which puts all in motion, corresponds to the imagination. The pendulum or balance, which corrects and regulates that motion, corresponds to the judgment, and the hand and dial, like the memory, record the operations. Now, in proportion as these several faculties sleep, slumber, or keep awake during the continuance of a dream, in that proportion the dream will be reasonable or frantic, remembered or forgotten. If there is any faculty in mental man that never sleeps, it is that volatile thing, the imagination. The case is different with the judgment and memory. The sedate and sober constitution of the judgment easily disposes it to rest, and as to the memory, it records in silence, and is active only when it is called upon. That the judgment soon goes to sleep may be perceived by our sometimes beginning to dream before we are fully asleep ourselves. Some random thought runs in the mind, and we start, as it were, into recollection that we are dreaming between sleeping and waking. If the judgment sleeps whilst the imagination keeps awake, the dream will be a riotous assemblage of misshapen images and ranting ideas. And the more active the imagination is, the wilder the dream will be. The most inconsistent and the most impossible things will appear right, because that faculty, whose province it is to keep order, is in a state of absence. The master of the school is gone out, and the boys are in an uproar. If the memory sleeps, we shall have no other knowledge of the dream than that we have dreamt, without knowing what it was about. In this case it is sensation rather than recollection that acts. The dream has given us some sense of pain or trouble, and we feel it as a hurt, rather than remember it as a vision. If memory only slumbers, we shall have a faint remembrance of the dream, and after a few minutes it will sometimes happen that the principal passages of the dream will occur to us more fully. The cause of this is that the memory will sometimes continue slumbering or sleeping after we are awake ourselves, and that so fully that it may, and sometimes does happen, that we do not immediately recollect where we are, nor what we have been about, or have to do. But when the memory starts into wakefulness, it brings the knowledge of these things back upon us, like a flood of light, and sometimes the dream with it. But the most curious circumstance of the mind in a state of dream is the power it has to become the agent of every person, character, and thing of which it dreams. It carries on conversation with several, asks questions, hears answers, gives and receives information, and it acts all these parts itself. But however various and eccentric the imagination may be in the creation of images and ideas, it cannot supply the place of memory with respect to things that are forgotten when we are awake. For example, if we have forgotten the name of a person, the dream of seeing him and asking him his name, he cannot tell it, for it is ourselves asking ourselves the question. But though the imagination cannot supply the place of real memory, it has the wild faculty of counterfeiting memory. It dreams of persons it never knew, and talks with them as if it remembered them as old acquaintances. It relates circumstances that never happened, and tells them as if they had happened. It goes to places that never existed, and knows where all the streets and houses are as if it had been there before. The scenes it creates often appear as scenes remembered. It will sometimes act a dream within a dream, and in the delusion of dreaming tell a dream it never dreamed, and tell it as if it was from memory. It may also be remarked that the imagination in a dream has no idea of time as time. It counts only by circumstances, and if a succession of circumstances pass in a dream that would require a great length of time to accomplish them, it will appear to the dreamer that a length of time equal thereto has passed also. As this is the state of the mind in dream, it may rationally be said that every person is mad once in 24 hours. For were he to act in the day as he dreams in the night, he would be confined for a lunatic. In a state of wakefulness, those three faculties being all active, and acting in union, constitute the rational man. In dreams it is otherwise, and therefore that state which is called insanity appears to be no other than a disunion of those faculties and a cessation of the judgment during wakefulness, that we so often experience during sleep. And idiocy, into which some persons have fallen, is that cessation of all the faculties of which we can be sensible when we happen to wake before our memory. In this view of the mind, how absurd is it to place reliance upon dreams, and how much more absurd to make them a foundation for religion! Yet the belief that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, begotten by the Holy Ghost, a being never heard of before, stands on the story of an old man's dream. And behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not thou to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. Matthew chapter 1, verse 20. After this, we have the childish stories of 3 or 4 other dreams about Joseph going into Egypt, about his coming back again, about this and about that, and this story of dreams has thrown Europe into a dream for more than 1,000 years. All the efforts that nature, reason, and conscience have made to awaken man from it have been ascribed by priestcraft and superstition to the workings of the devil, and had it not been for the American Revolution, which, by establishing the universal right of conscience, first opened the way to free discussion, and for the French Revolution which followed, this religion of dreams had continued to be preached, and that after it had ceased to be believed. Those who preached it and did not believe it still believed the delusion necessary. They were not bold enough to be honest, nor honest enough to be bold. Every new religion, like a new play, requires a new apparatus of dresses and machinery to fit the new characters it creates. The story of Christ in the New Testament brings a new being upon the stage, which it calls the Holy Ghost, and the story of Abraham, the father of the Jews in the Old Testament, gives existence to a new order of beings it calls angels. There was no Holy Ghost before the time of Christ, nor angels before the time of Abraham. We hear nothing of these winged gentlemen till more than 2,000 years, according to the Bible chronology, from the time they say the heavens, the earth, and all therein were made. After this they hop about as thick as birds in a grove. The first we hear of pays his addresses to Hagar in the wilderness. Then 3 of them visit Sarah. Another wrestles a fall with Jacob. And these birds of passage, having found their way to earth and back, are continually coming and going. They eat and drink, and up again to heaven. What they do with the food they carry away in their bellies, the Bible does not tell us. Perhaps they do as the birds do, discharge it as they fly, for neither the Scripture nor the Church hath told us there are necessary houses for them in heaven. One would think that a system loaded with such gross and vulgar absurdities as Scripture religion is, could never have obtained credit. Yet we have seen what priestcraft and fanaticism could do, and credulity believe. From angels in the Old Testament we get to prophets, to witches, to seers of visions, and dreamers of dreams. And sometimes we are told, as in 2 Samuel chapter 9, verse 15, that God whispers in the ear. At other times we are not told how the impulse was given, or whether sleeping or waking. In 2 Samuel chapter 24, verse 1, it is said, "And again the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them, to say, Go, number Israel and Judah." And in 1 Chronicles chapter 21, verse 1, when the same story is again related, it is said, "And Satan stood up against Israel, and moved David to number Israel." Whether this was done sleeping or waking, we are not told, but it seems that David, whom they call a man after God's own heart, did not know by what spirit he was moved. And as to the men called inspired penmen, they agree so well about the matter that in one book they say it was God, and in the other that it was the devil. Yet this is the trash that the Church imposes upon the world as the Word of God. This is the collection of lies and contradictions called the Holy Bible. This is this rubbish called revealed religion. The idea that writers of the Old Testament had of a God was boisterous, contemptible, and vulgar. They make him the Mars of the Jews, the fighting God of Israel, the conjuring God of their priests and prophets. They tell as many fables of him as the Greeks told of Hercules. They pit him against Pharaoh, as it were, to box with him, and Moses carries the challenge. They make their God to say insultingly, "I will get me honor upon Pharaoh, and upon his host, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen." And that he may keep his word, they make him set a trap in the Red Sea in the dead of the night for Pharaoh, his host, and his horses, and drown them as a rat catcher would do so many rats. Great honor indeed! The story of Jack the Giant Killer is better told. They march him against the Egyptian magicians to conjure with him, and after bad conjuring on both sides, for where there is no great contest, there is no great honor, they bring him off victorious. The 3 first essays are a dead match. Each party turns his rod into a serpent, the rivers into blood, and creates frogs. But upon the 4th, the God of the Israelites obtains the laurel. He covers them all over with lice. The Egyptian magicians cannot do the same, and this lousy triumph proclaims the victory. They make their God to rain fire and brimstone upon Sodom and Gomorrah, and belch fire and smoke upon Mount Sinai, as if he was the Pluto of the lower regions. They make him salt up Lot's wife like pickled pork. They make him pass, like Shakespeare's Queen Mab, into the brain of their priests, prophets, and prophetesses, and tickle them into dreams. And after making him play all kinds of tricks, they confound him with Satan, and leave us at a loss to know what God they meant. This is the descriptive God of the Old Testament, and as to the New, though the authors of it have varied the scene, they have continued the vulgarity. Is man ever to be the dupe of priestcraft, the slave of superstition? Is he never to have just ideas of his Creator? It is better not to believe there is a God than to believe of him falsely. When we behold the mighty universe that surrounds us, and dart our contemplation into the eternity of space, filled with innumerable orbs, revolving in eternal harmony, how paltry must the tales of the Old and New Testaments, profanely called the Word of God, appear to thoughtful man. The stupendous wisdom and unerring order that reign and govern throughout this wondrous whole and call us to reflection, put to shame the Bible. The God of eternity and of all that is real is not the God of passing dreams and shadows of man's imagination. The God of truth is not the God of fable. The belief of a God begotten and a God crucified is a God blasphemed. It is making a profane use of reason. I shall conclude this essay on dreams with the 2 first verses of the 34th chapter of Ecclesiasticus, one of the books of the Apocrypha. Verse 1. The hopes of a man void of understanding are vain and false. The dreams lift up fools. Whoso regardeth dreams is like him that catcheth at a shadow, and followeth after the wind. I now proceed to an examination of the passages in the Bible called prophecies of the coming of Christ, and to show there are no prophecies of any such person. That the passages clandestinely styled prophecies are not prophecies, and that they refer to circumstances the Jewish nation was in at the time they were written or spoken, and not to any distance of future time or person. End of An Essay on Dreams. Part 3, Section 1 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An examination of the passages in the New Testament, quoted from the Old and called prophecies of the coming of Jesus Christ. The passages called prophecies of or concerning Jesus Christ in the Old Testament may be classed under the 2 following heads. First, those referred to in the 4 books of the New Testament called the 4 evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Secondly, those which translators and commentators have, of their own imagination, erected into prophecies, and dubbed with that title at the head of the several chapters of the Old Testament. Of these it is scarcely worth while to waste time, ink, and paper upon. I shall therefore confine myself chiefly to those referred to in the aforesaid 4 books of the New Testament. if I show that these are not prophecies of the person called Jesus Christ, nor have reference to any such person, it will be perfectly needless to combat those which translators or the Church have invented, and for which they had no other authority than their own imagination. I begin with the book called The Gospel According to St. Matthew. In the first chapter, verse 18, it is said, "Now the birth of Jesus Christ was in this wise. When his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child by the Holy Ghost." This is going a little too fast, because it makes this verse agree with the next. It should have said no more than that she was found with child. For the next verse says, "Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man, and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privily." Consequently, Joseph had found out no more than that she was with child, and he knew it was not by himself. Verse 20. "And while he thought of these things," that is, whether he should put her away privily, or make a public example of her, "behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream." That is, Joseph dreamed that an angel appeared unto him, saying, "Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son, and call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins." Now, without entering into any discussion upon the merits or demerits of the account here given, it is proper to observe that it has no higher authority than that of a dream. For it is impossible for a man to behold anything in a dream but that which he dreams of. I ask not, therefore, whether Joseph, if there was such a man, had such a dream or not, because admitting he had, it proves nothing. So wonderful and irrational is the faculty of the mind in dreams, that it acts the part of all the characters its imagination creates, and what it thinks it hears from any of them is no other than what the roving rapidity of its own imagination invents. It is therefore nothing to me what Joseph dreamed of, whether of the fidelity or infidelity of his wife. I pay no regard to my own dreams, and I should be weak indeed to put faith in the dreams of another. The verses that follow those I have quoted are the words of the writer of the book of Matthew. "Now," says he, "all this," that is, all this dreaming and this pregnancy, "was done that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is, God with us." This passage is in Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14, and the writer of the book of Matthew endeavors to make his readers believe that this passage is a prophecy of the person called Jesus Christ. It is no such thing, and I go to show it is not. But it is first necessary that I explain the occasion of these words being spoken by Isaiah. The reader will then easily perceive that so far from their being a prophecy of Jesus Christ, they have not the least reference to such a person, or to anything that could happen in the time that Christ is said to have lived, which was about 700 years after the time of Isaiah. The case is this. On the death of Solomon, the Jewish nation split into two monarchies, one called the Kingdom of Judah, the capital of which was Jerusalem, the other the Kingdom of Israel, the capital of which was Samaria. The Kingdom of Judah followed the line of David, and the Kingdom of Israel that of Saul. And these two rival monarchies frequently carried on fierce wars against each other. At the time Ahaz was king of Judah, which was in the time of Isaiah, Pekah was king of Israel, and Pekah joined himself to Rezin, king of Syria, to make war against Ahaz, king of Judah. And these two kings marched a confederated and powerful army against Jerusalem. Ahaz and his people became alarmed at the danger, and their hearts were moved as the trees of the wood were moved with the wind. Isaiah chapter 7, verse 3. In this perilous situation of things, Isaiah addresses himself to Ahaz and assures him, in the name of the Lord, the cant phrase of all the prophets, that these two kings should not succeed against him, and to assure him that this should be the case, tells Ahaz to ask a sign of the Lord. This Ahaz declined doing, giving as a reason that he would not tempt the Lord, upon which Isaiah, who pretends to be sent from God, says, verse 14, "Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son. Butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land which thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of both her kings." Meaning the king of Israel and the king of Syria, who were marching against him. Here then is the sign, which was to be the birth of a child, and that child a son. And here also is the time limited for the accomplishment of the sign, namely, before the child should know to refuse the evil and choose the good. The thing, therefore, to be a sign of success to Ahaz must be something that would take place before the event of the battle then pending between him and the two kings could be known. A thing to be a sign must precede the thing signified. The sign of rain must be before the rain. It would have been a mockery and insulting nonsense for Isaiah to have assured Ahaz as a sign that these two kings should not prevail against him, that a child should be born 700 years after he was dead, and that before the child so born should know to refuse the evil and choose the good, he, Ahaz, should be delivered from the danger he was then immediately threatened with. But the case is that the child of which Isaiah speaks was his own child, with which his wife or his mistress was then pregnant. For he says in the next chapter, verse 2, "And I took unto me faithful witnesses to record, Uriah the priest, and Zechariah the son of Jeberechiah. And I went unto the prophetess, and she conceived and bare a son." And he says at verse 18 of the same chapter, "Behold, I and the children whom the Lord hath given me are for signs and for wonders in Israel." It may not be improper here to observe that the word translated "a virgin" in Isaiah does not signify a virgin in Hebrew, but merely a young woman. The tense also is falsified in the translation. Levi gives the Hebrew text of the 14th verse of the 7th chapter of Isaiah, and the translation in English with it. "Behold, a young woman is with child, and beareth a son." The expression, says he, is in the present tense. This translation agrees with the other circumstances related of the birth of this child, which was to be a sign to Ahaz. But as the true translation could not have been imposed upon the world as a prophecy of a child to be born 700 years afterwards, the Christian translators have falsified the original, and instead of making Isaiah to say, "Behold, a young woman is with child, and beareth a son," they make him to say, "Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son." It is, however, only necessary for a person to read the 7th and 8th chapters of Isaiah, and he will be convinced that the passage in question is no prophecy of the person called Jesus Christ. I pass on to the second passage quoted from the Old Testament by the New as a prophecy of Jesus Christ. Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. "Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judah in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem, saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him. When Herod the king heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. And they said unto him, In Bethlehem, in the land of Judah. For thus it is written by the prophet, And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judea, art not the least among the princes of Judea, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel." This passage is in Micah chapter 5, verse 2. I pass over the absurdity of seeing and following a star in the daytime, as a man would a will-with-the-wisp, or a candle and lanthorn at night, and also that of seeing it in the east, when themselves came from the east. Or could such a thing be seen at all to serve them for a guide, it must be in the west to them. I confine myself solely to the passage called a prophecy of Jesus Christ. The book of Micah, in the passage above quoted, chapter 5, verse 2, is speaking of some person, without mentioning his name, from whom some great achievements were expected. But the description he gives of this person at the 5th verse proves evidently that it is not Jesus Christ. For he says at the 5th verse, "And this man shall be the peace when the Assyrian shall come into our land, and when he shall tread in our palaces, then shall we raise up against him," that is, against the Assyrian, "7 shepherds and 8 principal men." Verse 6, "And they shall waste the land of Assyria with the sword, and the land of Nimrod on the entrance thereof. Thus shall he," the person spoken of at the head of the 2nd verse, "deliver us from the Assyrian when he cometh into our land, and when he treadeth within our borders." This is so evidently descriptive of a military chief that it cannot be applied to Christ without outraging the character they pretend to give us of him. Besides which, the circumstances of the times here spoken of, and those of the times in which Christ is said to have lived, are in contradiction to each other. It was the Romans, and not the Assyrians, that had conquered and were in the land of Judea, and trod in their palaces when Christ was born, and when he died, and so far from driving them out, it was they who signed the warrant for his execution, and he suffered under it. Having thus shown that this is no prophecy of Jesus Christ, I pass on to the third passage quoted from the Old Testament by the New as a prophecy of him. This, like the first I have spoken of, is introduced by a dream. Joseph dreameth another dream, and dreameth that he seeth another angel. The account begins at the 13th verse of the 2nd chapter of Matthew. The angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word. For Herod will seek the life of the young child to destroy him. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night, and departed into Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt have I called my son. This passage is in the book of Hosea, chapter 11, verse 1. The words are, When Israel was a child, then I loved him, and called my son out of Egypt, as they called them. So they went from them. They sacrificed unto Baalam, and burnt incense to graven images. This passage, falsely called a prophecy of Christ, refers to the children of Israel coming out of Egypt in the time of Pharaoh, and to the idolatry they committed afterwards. To make it apply to Jesus Christ, he then must be the person who sacrificed unto Baalam and burnt incense to graven images. For the person called out of Egypt by the collective name Israel, and the persons committing this idolatry, are the same persons, or the descendants of them. This then can be no prophecy of Jesus Christ, unless they are willing to make an idolater out of him. I pass on to the fourth passage called a prophecy by the writer of the book of Matthew. This is introduced by a story told by nobody but himself, and scarcely believed by anybody, of the slaughter of all the children under 2 years old by the command of Herod. A thing which it is not probable could be done by Herod, as he only held an office under the Roman government, to which appeals could always be had, as we see in the case of Paul. Matthew, however, having made or told his story, says, chapter 2, verse 17, Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, In Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted because they were not. This passage is in Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15, and this verse, when separated from the verses before and after it, and which explains its application, might with equal propriety be applied to every case of wars, sieges, and other violences, such as the Christians themselves have often done to the Jews, where mothers have lamented the loss of their children. There is nothing in the verse taken singly that designates or points out any particular application of it, otherwise than that it points to some circumstance which, at the time of writing it, had already happened, and not to a thing yet to happen, for the verse is in the preter or past tense. I go to explain the case and show the application of the verse. Jeremiah lived in the time that Nebuchadnezzar besieged, took, plundered, and destroyed Jerusalem, and laid the Jews captive to Babylon. He carried his violence against the Jews to every extreme. He slew the sons of King Zedekiah before his face. He then put out the eyes of Zedekiah and kept him in prison till the day of his death. It is this time of sorrow and suffering to the Jews that Jeremiah is speaking. Their temple was destroyed, their land desolated, their nation and government entirely broken up, and themselves, men, women, and children, carried into captivity. They had too many sorrows of their own immediately before their eyes to permit them or any of their chiefs to be employing themselves on things that might, or might not, happen in the world 700 years afterwards. It is, as already observed, of this time of sorrow and suffering to the Jews that Jeremiah is speaking in the verse in question. In the two next verses, the 16th and 17th, he endeavors to console the sufferers by giving them hopes, and according to the fashion of speaking in those days, assurances from the Lord that their sufferings should have an end, and that their children should return again to their own land. But I leave the verses to speak for themselves, and the Old Testament to testify against the New. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15. Thus saith the Lord, a voice was heard in Ramah. It is in the preter tense. Lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel, weeping for her children, refused to be comforted for her children, because they were not. Verse 16. Thus saith the Lord, refrain thy voice from weeping, and thine eyes from tears. For thy work shall be rewarded, saith the Lord, and they shall come again from the land of the enemy. Verse 17. And there is hope in thine end, saith the Lord, that thy children shall come again to their own border. But what strange ignorance or imposition is it, that the children of which Jeremiah speaks, meaning the people of the Jewish nation scripturally called children of Israel, and not mere infants under 2 years old, and who were to return again from the land of the enemy and come again into their own borders, can mean the children that Matthew makes Herod to slaughter. Could those return again from the land of the enemy, or how can the land of the enemy be applied to them? Could they come again to their own borders? Good heavens! How has the world been imposed upon by testament makers, priestcraft, and pretended prophecies? End of Part 3, Section 1. Part 3, Section 2 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I pass on to the 5th passage called A Prophecy of Jesus Christ. This, like 2 of the former, is introduced by a dream. Joseph dreamed another dream, and dreameth of another angel. And Matthew is again the historian of the dream and the dreamer. If it were asked how Matthew could know what Joseph dreamed, neither the bishop nor all the church could answer the question. Perhaps it was Matthew that dreamed, and not Joseph. That is, Joseph dreamed by proxy in Matthew's brain, as they tell us Daniel dreamed for Nebuchadnezzar. But be this as it may, I go on with my subject. The account of this dream is in Matthew chapter 2, verse 19. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise, and take the young child and its mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. And he arose and took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus did reign in Judea in the room of his father Herod, he was afraid to go thither. notwithstanding being warned of God in a dream, here is another dream, he turned aside into the parts of Galilee, and he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophets, he shall be called a Nazarene. Here is good circumstantial evidence that Matthew dreamed, for there is no such passage in all the Old Testament, and I invite the bishops and all the priests in Christendom, including those of America, to produce it. I pass on to the sixth passage, called a prophecy of Jesus Christ. This, as Swift says on another occasion, is lugged in head and shoulders. It needs only to be seen in order to be hooted as a forced and far-fetched piece of imposition. Matthew chapter 4, verse 12. Now when Jesus heard that John was cast into prison, he departed into Galilee, and leaving Nazareth, he came and dwelt in Capernaum, which is upon the seacoast, in the borders of Zebulun and Nephthalim, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah, the prophet, saying, The land of Zebulun and the land of Nephthalim, by the way of the sea beyond Jordan, in Galilee of the Gentiles. The people which sat in darkness saw great light, and to them which sat in the region and shadow of death, light is springing upon them. I wonder Matthew has not made the criss-cross row, or the criss-cross now, I know not how the priests spell it, into a prophecy. He might as well have done this as cut out these unconnected and undescriptive sentences from the place they stand in, and dub them with that title. The words, however, are in Isaiah chapter 9, verses 1 and 2, as follows. Nevertheless, the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation, when at the first he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterwards did more grievously afflict her by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan, in Galilee of the nations. All this relates to two circumstances that had already happened at the time these words in Isaiah were written. The one, where the land of Zebulun and Naphtali had been lightly afflicted, and afterwards more grievously by the way of the sea. But observe, reader, how Matthew has falsified the text. He begins his quotation at a part of the verse where there is not so much as a comma, and thereby cuts off everything that relates to the first affliction. He then leaves out all that relates to the second affliction, and by this means leaves out everything that makes the verse intelligible, and reduces it to a senseless skeleton of names of towns. To bring this imposition of Matthew clearly and immediately before the eyes of the reader, I will repeat the verse and put between crotchets the words he has left out, and put in italics those he has preserved. Begin crochet. Nevertheless, the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation, when at the first he lightly afflicted, end crochet, begin italics, the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, end italics, begin crochet, and did afterwards more grievously afflict her, end crochet, begin italics, by the way of the sea beyond Jordan in Galilee of the nations, end italics. What gross imposition is it to gut, as the phrase is, a verse in this manner, render it perfectly senseless, and then puff it off in a credulous world as a prophecy. I proceed to the next verse. Verse 2. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. All this is historical, and not in the least prophetical. The whole is in the preter tense. It speaks of things that had been accomplished at the time the words were written, and not of things to be accomplished afterwards. As then, the passage is in no possible sense prophetical, nor intended to be so, and that to attempt to make it so is not only to falsify the original, but to commit a criminal imposition, it is matter of no concern to us, otherwise than as curiosity, to know who the people were of which the passage speaks, that sat in darkness, and what the light was that had shined in upon them. If we look into the preceding chapter, the 8th, of which the 9th is only a continuation, we shall find the writer speaking at the 19th verse of witches and wizards who peep about and mutter, and of people who made application to them, and he preaches and exhorts them against this darksome practice. It is of this people and of this darksome practice, or walking in darkness, that he is speaking at the 2nd verse of the 9th chapter, and with respect to the light that had shined in upon them, it refers entirely to his own ministry, and to the boldness of it, which opposes itself to that of the witches and wizards who peeped about and muttered. Isaiah is, upon the whole, a wild, disorderly writer, preserving in general no clear chain of perception in the arrangement of his ideas, and consequently producing no defined conclusions from them. It is the wildness of his style, the confusion of his ideas, and the ranting metaphors he employs, that have afforded so many opportunities to priestcraft in some cases, and to superstition in others, to impose those defects upon the world as prophecies of Jesus Christ. Finding no direct meaning in them, and not knowing what to make of them, and supposing at the same time they were intended to have a meaning, they supplied the defect by inventing a meaning of their own, and called it his. I have, however, in this place done Isaiah the justice to rescue him from the claws of Matthew, who has torn him unmercifully to pieces, and from the imposition and ignorance of priests and commentators, by letting Isaiah speak for himself. If the words walking in darkness and light breaking in could in any case be applied prophetically, which they cannot be, they would better apply to the times we now live in than to any other. The world has walked in darkness for 1800 years, both as to religion and government, and it is only since the American Revolution began that light has broken in. The belief of one God, whose attributes are revealed to us in the book or scripture of the creation, which no human hand can counterfeit or falsify, and not in the written or printed book which, as Matthew has shown, can be altered or falsified by ignorance or design, is now making its way among us. And as to government, the light is already gone forth, and whilst men ought to be careful not to be blinded by the excess of it, as at a certain time in France, when everything was Robespierrean violence, they ought to reverence and even to adore it with all the firmness and perseverance that true wisdom can inspire. I pass on to the 7th passage, called a prophecy of Jesus Christ. Matthew chapter 8, verse 16. When the evening was come, they brought unto him Jesus, many that were possessed with devils, and he cast out the spirit with his word, and healed all that were sick, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Esaias, the prophet, saying, Himself took our infirmities and bare our sicknesses. This affair of people being possessed by devils, and of casting them out, was the fable of the day when the books of the New Testament were written. It had not existence at any other time. The books of the Old Testament mention no such thing. The people of the present day know of no such thing. Nor does the history of any people or country speak of such a thing. It starts upon us all at once in the book of Matthew, and is altogether an invention of the New Testament makers and the Christian church. The book of Matthew is the first book where the word devil is mentioned. Note, the word devil is a personification of the word evil. End note. We read in some of the books of the Old Testament of things called familiar spirits, the supposed companions of people called witches and wizards. It was no other than the trick of pretended conjurers to obtain money from credulous and ignorant people, or the fabricated charge of superstitious malignancy against unfortunate and decrepit old age. But the idea of a familiar spirit, if we can affix any idea to the term, is exceedingly different to that of being possessed by a devil. In the one case, the supposed familiar spirit is a dexterous agent that comes and goes and does as is bidden. In the other, he is a turbulent, roaring monster that tears and tortures the body into convulsions. Reader, whoever thou art, put thy trust in thy Creator, make use of the reason he endowed thee with, and cast from thee all such fables. The passage alluded to by Matthew, for as a quotation it is false, is in Isaiah chapter 8, verse 4, which is as follows: Surely he, the person of whom Isaiah is speaking of, hath borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. It is in the preter tense. Here is nothing about casting out devils, nor curing of sicknesses. The passage, therefore, so far from being a prophecy of Christ, is not even applicable as a circumstance. Isaiah, or at least the writer of the book that bears his name, employs the whole of this chapter, the 53rd, in lamenting the sufferings of some deceased person, of whom he speaks very pathetically. It is a monody on the death of a friend, but he mentions not the name of the person, nor gives any circumstance of him by which he can be personally known. And it is this silence, which is evidence of nothing, that Matthew has laid hold of to put the name of Christ to it, as if the chiefs of the Jews, whose sorrows were then great, and the times they lived in big with danger, were never thinking about their own affairs, nor the fate of their own friends, but were continually running a wild goose chase into futurity. To make a monody into a prophecy is an absurdity. The characters and circumstances of men, even in different ages of the world, are so much alike, that what is said of one may with propriety be said of many. But this fitness does not make the passage into a prophecy, and none but an impostor or a bigot would call it so. Isaiah, in deploring the hard fate and loss of his friend, mentions nothing of him but what the human lot of man is subject to. All the cases he states of him, his persecutions, his imprisonment, his patience in suffering, and his perseverance in principle, are all within the line of nature. They belong exclusively to none, and may with justice be said of many. But if Jesus Christ was the person the church represents him to be, that which would exclusively apply to him must be something that could not apply to any other person, something beyond the line of nature, something beyond the lot of mortal man, and there are no such expressions in this chapter nor any other chapter in the Old Testament. It is no exclusive description to say of a person, as is said of the person Isaiah is lamenting in this chapter, "He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before his shearers is dumb, so he opened not his mouth." This may be said of thousands of persons who have suffered oppression and unjust death with patience, silence, and perfect resignation. Grotius, whom the bishop esteems a most learned man, and who certainly was so, supposes that the person of whom Isaiah is speaking is Jeremiah. Grotius is led into this opinion from the agreement there is between the description given by Isaiah and the case of Jeremiah, as stated in the book that bears his name. If Jeremiah was an innocent man, and not a traitor in the interest of Nebuchadnezzar, when Jerusalem was besieged, his case was hard. He was accused by his countrymen, was persecuted, oppressed, and imprisoned, and he says of himself, see Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 19, "But as for me, I was like a lamb or an ox that is brought to the slaughter." I should be inclined to the same opinion with Grotius, had Isaiah lived at the time when Jeremiah underwent the cruelties of which he speaks. But Isaiah died about 50 years before, and it is a person of his own time whose case Isaiah is lamenting in the chapter in question, and which imposition and bigotry more than 700 years afterwards perverted into a prophecy of a person they call Jesus Christ. End of Part 3, Section 2. Part 3, Section 3 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I pass on to the 8th passage called A Prophecy of Jesus Christ. Matthew chapter 12, verse 14. Then the Pharisees went out and held a council against him, how they might destroy him. But when Jesus knew it, he withdrew himself, and great numbers followed him, and he healed them all. And he charged them they should not make him known, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Esaias the prophet, saying, Behold, my servant whom I have chosen, my beloved in whom my soul is well pleased, I will put my spirit upon him, and he shall show judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not strive nor cry, neither shall any man hear his voice in the streets. A bruised reed shall he not break, and smoking flax shall he not quench, till he sends forth judgment unto victory. And in his name shall the Gentiles trust. In the first place, this passage hath not the least relation to the purpose for which it is quoted. Matthew says that the Pharisees held a council against Jesus to destroy him, that Jesus withdrew himself, that great numbers followed him, that he healed them, and that he charged them they should not make him known. But the passage Matthew has quoted as being fulfilled by these circumstances does not so much as apply to any one of them. It has nothing to do with the Pharisees holding a council to destroy Jesus, with his withdrawing himself, with great numbers following him, with his healing them, nor with his charging them not to make him known. The purpose for which the passage is quoted and the passage itself are as remote from each other as nothing from something. But the case is that people have been so long in the habit of reading the books called the Bible and Testament with their eyes shut and their senses locked up, that the most stupid inconsistencies have passed on them for truth, and imposition for prophecy. The all-wise Creator hath been dishonored by being made the author of fable, and the human mind degraded by believing it. In this passage, as in the last mentioned, the name of the person of whom the passage speaks is not given, and we are left in the dark respecting him. It is this defect in the history that bigotry and imposition have laid hold of, and called it prophecy. Had Isaiah lived in the time of Cyrus, the passage would descriptively apply to him. As king of Persia, his authority was great among the Gentiles, and it is of such a character the passage speaks. And his friendship to the Jews whom he liberated from captivity, and who might then be compared to a bruised reed, was extensive. But this description does not apply to Jesus Christ, who had no authority among the Gentiles. And as to his own countrymen, figuratively described by the bruised reed, it is they who crucified him. Neither can it be said of him that he did not cry, and that his voice was not heard in the street. As a preacher, it was his business to be heard, and we are told that he traveled about the country for that purpose. Matthew has given a long sermon, which, if his authority is good, but which is much to be doubted, since he imposes so much. Jesus preached to a multitude upon a mountain, and it would be a quibble to say that a mountain is not a street, since it is a place equally as public. The last verse in the passage, the fourth, as it stands in Isaiah, and which Matthew has not quoted, says, "He shall not fail, nor be discouraged, till he have set judgment in the earth, and the isles shall wait for his law." This also applies to Cyrus. He was not discouraged. He did not fall. He conquered all Babylon, liberated the Jews, and established laws. But this cannot be said of Jesus Christ, who, in the passage before us, according to Matthew, withdrew himself for fear of the Pharisees, and charged the people that followed him not to make it known where he was, and who, according to other parts of the Testament, were continually moving from place to place to avoid being apprehended. Note, in the second part of the Age of Reason, I have shown that the book ascribed to Isaiah is not only miscellaneous as to matter, but as to authorship, that there are parts in it which could not be written by Isaiah, because they speak of things 150 years after he was dead. The instance I have given of this, in that work, corresponds with the subject I am upon, at least a little better than Matthew's introduction and his quotation. Isaiah lived the latter part of his life in the time of Hezekiah, and it was about 150 years from the death of Hezekiah to the first year of the reign of Cyrus, when Cyrus published a proclamation which is given in the first chapter of the book of Ezra, for the return of the Jews to Jerusalem. It cannot be doubted, at least it ought not to be doubted, that the Jews would feel an affectionate gratitude for this act of benevolent justice, and it is natural they would express that gratitude in the customary style, bombastical and hyperbolical as it was, which they used on extraordinary occasions, and which was, and still is in practice with all the Eastern nations. The instance to which I refer, and which is given in the second part of the Age of Reason, is the last verse of the 44th chapter and the beginning of the 45th, in these words: "That saith of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasure, even saying to Jerusalem, thou shalt be built, and to the temple, thy foundation shalt be laid. This saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden to subdue nations before him. And I will loose the loins of kings, to open before him the two-leaved gates, and the gates shall not be shut." This complimentary address is in the present tense, which shows that the things of which it speaks were in existence at the time of writing it, and consequently that the author must have been at least 150 years later than Isaiah, and that the book which bears his name is a compilation. The Proverbs called Solomon's and the Psalms called David's are of the same kind. The last two verses of the second book of Chronicles and the three first verses of the first chapter of Ezra are word for word the same, which show that the compilers of the Bible mixed the writings of different authors together and put them under some common head. As we have here an instance of the 44th and 45th chapters of the introduction of the name of Cyrus into a book to which it cannot belong, it affords good ground to conclude that the passage in the 42nd chapter, in which the character of Cyrus is given without his name, has been introduced in like manner, and that the person there spoken of is Cyrus. End note. But it is immaterial to us, at this distance of time, to know who the person was. It is sufficient to the purpose I am upon, that of detecting fraud and falsehood, to know who it was not, and to show it was not the person called Jesus Christ. I pass on to the 9th passage called a prophecy of Jesus Christ. Matthew chapter 21, verse 1. "And when they drew nigh unto Jerusalem, and were come to Bethphage, unto the Mount of Olives, then Jesus sent two of his disciples, saying unto them, Go into the village over against you, and straightway ye shall find an ass tied, and a colt tied with her. Loose them, and bring them unto me. And if any man say aught to you, ye shall say, The Lord hath need of them, and straightway he will send them. All this was done, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, saying, Tell ye the daughter of Zion, Behold, thy king cometh unto thee meek, and sitting on an ass, and a colt the foal of an ass." Poor ass! Let it be some consolation amidst all thy sufferings, that if the heathen world erected a bear into a constellation, the Christian world has elevated thee into a prophecy. This passage is in Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9, and is one of the whims of friend Zechariah to congratulate his countrymen, who were then returning from captivity in Babylon, and himself with them, to Jerusalem. It has no concern with any other subject. It is strange that apostles, priests, and commentators never permit or never suppose the Jews to be speaking of their own affairs. Everything in the Jewish books is perverted and distorted into meanings never intended by the writers. Even the poor ass must not be a Jew ass, but a Christian ass. I wonder they did not make an apostle of him, or a bishop, or at least make him speak and prophesy. He could have lifted up his voice as loud as any of them. Zechariah, in the first chapter of his book, indulges himself in several whims on the joy of getting back to Jerusalem. He says at the 8th verse, "I saw by night," Zechariah was a sharp-sighted seer, "and behold, a man sitting on a red horse." Yes, reader, a red horse. "And he stood among the myrtle trees that were in the bottom, and behind him were red horses, speckled and white." He says nothing about green horses nor blue horses, perhaps because it is difficult to distinguish green from blue by night. But a Christian can have no doubt they were there, because faith is the evidence of things not seen. Zechariah then introduces an angel among his horses, but he does not tell us what color the angel was of, whether black or white, or whether he came to buy horses, or only to look at them as curiosities, for certainly they were of that kind. Be this, however, as it may, he enters into conversation with this angel on the joyful affair of getting back to Jerusalem, and he saith at the 16th verse, "Therefore thus saith the Lord, I am returned to Jerusalem with mercies. My house shall be built in it, saith the Lord of hosts, and a line shall be stretched forth upon Jerusalem," an expression signifying the rebuilding the city. All this, whimsical and imaginary as it is, sufficiently proves that it was the entry of the Jews into Jerusalem from captivity, and not the entry of Jesus Christ 700 years afterwards, that is the subject upon which Zechariah is always speaking. As to the expression of riding upon an ass, which commentators represent as a sign of humility in Jesus Christ, the case is, he never was so well mounted before. The asses of those countries are large and well proportioned, and were anciently the chief of riding animals. Their beasts of burden, and which served also for the conveyance of the poor, were camels and dromedaries. We read in Judges chapter 10 verse 4 that Jair, one of the judges of Israel, had 30 sons that rode on 30 ass colts, and they had 30 cities. But commentators distort everything. There is besides very reasonable grounds to conclude that this story of Jesus riding publicly into Jerusalem, accompanied, as it is said at the 8th and 9th verses, by a great multitude, shouting and rejoicing and spreading their garments by the way, is altogether a story destitute of truth. In the last passage, called a prophecy, that I examined, Jesus is represented as withdrawing, that is, running away and concealing himself for fear of being apprehended, and charging the people that were with him not to make him known. No new circumstances had arisen in the interim to change his condition for the better. Yet here he is represented as making his public entry into the same city from which he had fled for safety. The two cases contradict each other so much that if both are not false, one of them at least can scarcely be true. For my own part, I do not believe there is one word of historical truth in the whole book. I look upon it, at best, to be a romance, the principal personage of which is an imaginary or allegorical character founded upon some tale, and in which the moral is in many parts good, and the narrative part very badly and blunderingly written. I pass on to the 10th passage called a prophecy of Jesus Christ. Matthew chapter 26, verse 51. And behold, one of them which was with Jesus, meaning Peter, stretched out his hand, and drew his sword, and struck a servant of the high priest, and smote off his ear. Then said Jesus unto him, Put up again thy sword into its place, for all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled that thus it must be? In that same hour Jesus said to the multitudes, Are ye come out as against a thief with swords and with staves for to take me? I sat daily with you teaching in the temple, and ye laid no hold on me. But all this was done, that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. This loose and general manner of speaking admits neither of detection nor of proof. Here is no quotation given, nor the name of any Bible author mentioned, to which reference can be had. There are, however, some high improbabilities against the truth of the account. First, it is not probable that the Jews, who were then a conquered people, and under subjection to the Romans, should be permitted to wear swords. Secondly, if Peter had attacked the servant of the high priest and cut off his ear, he would have been immediately taken up by the guard that took up his master, and sent to prison with him. Thirdly, what sort of disciples and preaching apostles must those of Christ have been that wore swords? Fourthly, this scene is represented to have taken place the same evening of what is called the Lord's Supper, which makes, according to the ceremony of it, the inconsistency of wearing swords the greater. End of Part 3, Section 3. Part 3, Section 4 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I pass on to the 11th passage, called a prophecy of Jesus Christ. Matthew chapter 27, verse 3. Then Judas, which had betrayed him, when he saw that he was condemned, repented himself, and brought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned, in that I have betrayed the innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See thou to that. And he cast down the pieces of silver, and departed, and went and hanged himself. And the chief priests took the silver pieces, and said, It is not lawful to put them in the treasury, because it is the price of blood. And they took counsel, and bought with them the potter's field to bury strangers in. Wherefore that field is called the field of blood unto this day. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him that was valued, whom they of the children of Israel did value, and gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord appointed me. This is a most bare-faced piece of imposition. The passage in Jeremiah which speaks of the purchase of a field has no more to do with the case to which Matthew applies it than it has to do with the purchase of lands in America. I will recite the whole passage. Jeremiah chapter 32, verse 6. And Jeremiah said, The word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Behold, Hanamiel, the son of Shallum thine uncle, shall come unto thee, saying, Buy thee my field that is in Anathoth, for the right of redemption is thine to buy it. So Hanamiel, mine uncle's son, came to me in the court of the prison, according to the word of the Lord, and said unto me, Buy my field, I pray thee, that is in Anathoth, which is in the country of Benjamin. For the right of inheritance is thine, and the redemption is thine. Buy it for thyself. Then I knew this was the word of the Lord. And I bought the field of Hanamiel, mine uncle's son, that was in Anathoth, and weighed him the money, even 17 shekels of silver. And I subscribed the evidence and sealed it, and took witnesses, and weighed him the money in balances. So I took the evidence of the purchase, both that which was sealed according to the law and custom, and that which was open, and I gave the evidence of the purchase unto Baruch, the son of Neriah, the son of Maaseiah, in the sight of Hanamiel, mine uncle's son, and in the presence of the witnesses that subscribed before all the Jews that sat in the court of the prison. And I charged Baruch before them, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, take these evidences, this evidence of the purchase, both which is sealed, and this evidence which is open, and put them in an earthen vessel, that they may continue many days. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, houses and fields and vineyards shall be possessed again in this land. I forbear making any remark on this abominable imposition of Matthew. The thing glaringly speaks for itself. It is priests and commentators that I rather ought to censure for having preached falsehood so long and kept people in darkness with respect to those impositions. I am not contending with these men upon points of doctrine, for I know that sophistry has always a city of refuge. I am speaking of facts, for wherever the thing called a fact is a falsehood, the faith founded upon it is delusion, and the doctrine raised upon it not true. Ah, reader, put thy trust in thy Creator, and thou wilt be safe. But if thou trustest to the book called the Scriptures, thou trustest to the rotten staff of fable and falsehood. But I return to my subject. There is among the whims and reveries of Zechariah mention made of 30 pieces of silver given to a potter. They can hardly have been so stupid as to mistake a potter for a field. And if they had, the passage in Zechariah has no more to do with Jesus, Judas, and the field to bury strangers in, than that already quoted. I will recite the passage. Zechariah chapter 11, verse 7. And I will feed the flock of slaughter, even you, O poor of the flock. And I took upon me 2 staves, the one I called Beauty, and the other I called Bands. And I fed the flock. 3 shepherds also I cut off in 1 month. And my soul loathed them, and their soul also abhorred me. Then said I will not feed you. That which dieth, let it die, and that which is to be cut off, let it be cut off. And let the rest eat every one the flesh of another. And I took my staff, even Beauty, and cut it asunder, that I might break my covenant which I had made with all the people. And it was broken in that day. And so the poor of the flock who waited upon me knew that it was the word of the Lord. And I said unto them, If ye think good, give me my price, and if not, forbear. So they weighed for my price 30 pieces of silver. And the Lord said unto me, Cast it unto the potter, a goodly price that I was prized at of them. And I took the 30 pieces of silver, and cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord. When I cut asunder mine other staff, even Bands, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel. Note, Whiston, in his Essay on the Old Testament, says that the passage of Zechariah of which I have spoken was in the copies of the Bible of the first century in the book of Jeremiah, from whence, says he, it was taken and inserted without coherence in that of Zechariah. Well, let it be so. It does not make the case a whit the better for the New Testament, but it makes the case a great deal the worse for the Old, because it shows, as I have mentioned respecting some passages in a book ascribed to Isaiah, that the works of different authors have been so mixed and confounded together, they cannot now be discriminated, except where they are historical, chronological, or biographical, as is the interpolation in Isaiah. It is the name of Cyrus inserted where it could not be inserted, as he was not in existence till 150 years after the time of Isaiah, that detects the interpolation and the blunder with it. Whiston was a man of great literary learning, and, what is of much higher degree, of deep scientific learning. He was one of the best and most celebrated mathematicians of his time, for which he was made professor of mathematics of the University of Cambridge. He wrote so much in defense of the Old Testament and of what he calls prophecies of Jesus Christ, that at last he began to suspect the truth of the Scriptures and wrote against them. For it is only those who examine them that see the imposition. Those who believe them most are those who know least about them. Whiston, after writing so much in defense of the Scriptures, was at last prosecuted for writing against them. It was this that gave occasion to Swift, in his ludicrous epigram on Ditton and Whiston, each of which set up to find out the longitude, to call the one good Master Ditton, and the other wicked Will Whiston. But as Swift was a great associate with the freethinkers of those days, such as Bolingbroke, Pope, and others, who did not believe the books called the Scriptures, there is no certainty whether he wittily called him wicked for defending the Scriptures, or for writing against them. The known character of Swift decides for the former. Endnote. There is no making either head or tail of this incoherent gibberish. His two staves, one called Beauty and the other Bands, is so much like a fairy tale that I doubt if it had any other origin. There is, however, no part that has the least relation to the case stated in Matthew. On the contrary, it is the reverse of it. Here, the 30 pieces of silver, whatever it was for, is called a goodly price. It was as much as the thing was worth, and according to the language of the day, was approved of by the Lord, and the money given to the potter in the house of the Lord. In the case of Jesus and Judas, as stated in Matthew, the 30 pieces of silver were the price of blood. The transaction was condemned by the Lord, and the money, when refunded, was refused admittance into the treasury. Everything in the two cases is the reverse of each other. Besides this, a very different and direct contrary account to that of Matthew is given of the affair of Judas in the book called the Acts of the Apostles. According to that book, the case is, that so far from Judas repenting and returning the money, and the high priest buying a field with which to bury strangers in, Judas kept the money and bought a field with it for himself. And instead of hanging himself, as Matthew says, that he fell headlong and burst asunder. Some commentators endeavor to get over one part of the contradiction by ridiculously supposing that Judas hanged himself first and the rope broke. Acts chapter 1 verse 16. Men and brethren, this scripture must needs have been fulfilled, which the Holy Ghost, by the mouth of David, spake before concerning Judas, which was a guide to them that took Jesus. David says not a word about Judas. Verse 17. For he, Judas, was numbered among us, and obtained part of our ministry. Verse 18. Now this man purchased a field from the reward of iniquity, and, falling headlong, he burst asunder in the midst, and his bowels gushed out. It is not a species of blasphemy to call the New Testament revealed religion, when we see in it such contradictions and absurdities. I pass on to the 12th passage called a prophecy of Jesus Christ. Matthew chapter 27 verse 35. And they crucified him and parted his garments, casting lots, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, they parted my garments among them, and upon my vesture did they cast lots. The expression is in the 22nd Psalm, verse 18. The writer of that psalm, whoever he was, for the psalms are a collection and not the work of one man, is speaking of himself and of his own case, and not of that of another. He begins this psalm with the words which the New Testament writers ascribed to Jesus Christ. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Words which might be uttered by a complaining man without any great impropriety, but very improperly from the mouth of a reputed God. The picture which the writer draws of his own situation in this psalm is gloomy enough. He is not prophesying, but complaining of his own hard case. He represents himself as surrounded by enemies and beset by persecutions of every kind. And by way of showing the inveteracy of his persecutors, he says at the 18th verse, They parted my garments among them, and cast lots upon my vesture. The expression is in the present tense, and is the same as to say, They pursue me even to the clothes upon my back, and dispute how they shall divide them. Besides, the word vesture does not always mean clothing of any kind, but property, or rather the admitting a man to, or investing him with property. And as it is used in this psalm distinct from the word garment, it appears to be used in this sense. But Jesus had no property, for they make him say of himself, The foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath nowhere to lay his head. Be that as it may, if we permit ourselves to suppose the Almighty would condescend to tell, by what is called the spirit of prophecy, what could come to pass in some future age of the world, it is an injury to our own faculties and to our ideas of his greatness to imagine it would be about an old coat or an old pair of breeches, or about anything which the common accidents of life, or the quarrels that attend it, exhibit every day. That which is within the power of man to do, or in his will not to do, is not a subject for prophecy, even if there were such a thing, because it cannot carry with it any evidence of divine power or divine interposition. The ways of God are not the ways of men. That which an almighty power performs, or wills, is not within the circle of human power to do, or to control. But any executioner and his assistants might quarrel about dividing the garments of a sufferer, or divide them without quarreling, and by that means fulfill the thing called a prophecy, or set it aside. In the passages before examined, I have exposed the falsehood of them. In this I exhibit its degrading meanness as an insult to the Creator and an injury to human reason. Here end the passages called prophecies by Matthew. Matthew concludes his book by saying that when Christ expired on the cross, the rocks were rent, the graves opened, and the bodies of many of the saints arose. And Mark says there was darkness over the land from the 6th hour until the 9th. They produce no prophecy for this, but had these things been facts, they would have been a proper subject for prophecy, because none but an almighty power could have inspired a foreknowledge of them, and afterwards fulfilled them. Since then there is no such prophecy, but a pretended prophecy of an old coat, the proper deduction is, there were no such things, and that the book of Matthew is fable and falsehood. I pass on to the book called The Gospel According to St. Mark. End of Part 3, Section 4. Part 3, Section 5 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Book of Mark. There are but few passages in Mark called prophecies, and but few in Luke and John. Such as there are, I shall examine, and also such other passages as interfere with those cited by Matthew. Mark begins his book by a passage which he puts in the shape of a prophecy. Mark chapter 1, verse 1. The beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, as it is written in the prophets, Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare the way before thee. Malachi chapter 3, verse 1. The passage in the original is in the first person. Mark makes this passage to be a prophecy of John the Baptist, said by the church to be a forerunner of Jesus Christ. But if we attend to the verses that follow this expression, as it stands in Malachi, and to the 1st and 5th verses of the next chapter, we shall see that this application of it is erroneous and false. Malachi, having said at the 1st verse, Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, says at the 2nd verse, But who may abide the day of his coming, and who shall stand when he appeareth? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like fuller's soap. This description can have no reference to the birth of Jesus Christ, and consequently none to John the Baptist. It is a scene of fear and terror that is here described, and the birth of Christ is always spoken of as a time of joy and glad tidings. Malachi, continuing to speak on the same subject, explains in the next chapter what the scene is of which he speaks in the verses above quoted, and who the person is whom he calls the messenger. Behold, says he, chapter 4, verse 1, the day cometh that shall burn like an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble. And the day cometh that shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. Verse 5, Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. By what right, or by what imposition or ignorance, Mark has made Elijah into John the Baptist, and Malachi's description of the day of judgment into the birthday of Christ, I leave to the bishop to settle. Mark, in the 2nd and 3rd verses of his chapter, confounds two passages together, taken from different books of the Old Testament. The second verse, "Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare the way before me," is taken, as I have said before, from Malachi. The third verse, which says, "The voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his path straight," is not in Malachi, but in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3. Whiston says that both these verses were originally in Isaiah. If so, it is another instance of the disordered state of the Bible, and corroborates what I have said with respect to the name and description of Cyrus being in the book of Isaiah, to which it cannot chronologically belong. The words in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3, "The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his path straight," are in the present tense, and consequently not predictive. It is one of those rhetorical figures which the Old Testament authors frequently used. That it is merely rhetorical and metaphorical may be seen at the 6th verse. "And the voice said, Cry. And he said, What shall I cry? All flesh is grass." This is evidently nothing but a figure, for flesh is not grass, otherwise than as a figure or metaphor, where one thing is put for another. Besides which, the whole passage is too general and declamatory to be applied exclusively to any particular person or purpose. I pass on to the 11th chapter. In this chapter, Mark speaks of Christ riding into Jerusalem upon a colt, but he does not make it the accomplishment of a prophecy, as Matthew has done, for he says nothing about a prophecy. Instead of which, he goes on the other tack, and in order to add new honors to the ass, he makes it to be a miracle, for he says, verse 2, "It was a colt whereon never man sat," signifying thereby that as the ass had not been broken, he consequently was inspired into good manners, for we do not hear that he kicked Jesus Christ off. There is not a word about his kicking in all the 4 evangelists. I pass on from these feats of horsemanship performed upon a jackass to the 15th chapter. At the 24th verse of this chapter, Mark speaks of parting Christ's garments and casting lots upon them, but he applies no prophecy to it as Matthew does. He rather speaks of it as a thing then in practice with executioners, as it is at this day. At the 28th verse of the same chapter, Mark speaks of Christ being crucified between 2 thieves. That, says he, the scriptures might be fulfilled, which saith, And he was numbered with his transgressors. The same thing might be said of the thieves. This expression is in Isaiah chapter 53, verse 12. Grotius applies it to Jeremiah. But the case has happened so often in the world where innocent men have been numbered with transgressors, and is still continually happening, that it is absurdity to call it a prophecy of any particular person. All those whom the church calls martyrs were numbered with transgressors. All the honest patriots who fell upon the scaffold in France in the time of Robespierre were numbered with transgressors. And if himself had not fallen, the same case, according to a note in his own handwriting, had befallen me. Yet I suppose the bishop will not allow that Isaiah was prophesying of Thomas Paine. These are all the passages in Mark which have any reference to prophecies. Mark concludes his book by making Jesus to say to his disciples, chapter 16, verse 15, "Go ye into all the world, and preach the gospel to every creature. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned." Fine popish stuff this. "And these signs shall follow them that believe. In my name they shall cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. They shall take up serpents. And if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover." Now the bishop, in order to know if he has all this saving and wonder-working faith, should try those things upon himself. He should take a good dose of arsenic, and, if he please, I will send him a rattlesnake from America. As for myself, as I believe in God, and not at all in Jesus Christ, nor in the books called the Scriptures, the experiment does not concern me. I pass on to the book of Luke. There are no passages in Luke called prophecies, excepting those which relate to the passages I have already examined. Luke speaks of Mary being espoused to Joseph, but he makes no references to the passage in Isaiah, as Matthew does. He speaks also of Jesus riding into Jerusalem upon a colt, but he says nothing about a prophecy. He speaks of John the Baptist, and refers to the passage in Isaiah of which I have already spoken. In the 13th chapter, verse 31, he says, "The same day there came certain of the Pharisees, saying unto him," Jesus, "Get thee out, and depart hence, for Herod will kill thee. And he said unto them, Go ye, and tell that fox, Behold, I cast out devils, and I do cures today and tomorrow, and the third day I shall be perfected." Matthew makes Herod to die whilst Christ was a child in Egypt, and makes Joseph to return with the child on the news of Herod's death, who had sought to kill him. Luke makes Herod to be living and to seek the life of Jesus after Jesus was 30 years of age, for he says, chapter 3, verse 23, "And Jesus began to be about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph." The obscurity in which the historical part of the New Testament is involved with respect to Herod may afford to priests and commentators a plea, which to some may appear plausible, but to none satisfactory, that the Herod of which Matthew speaks and the Herod of which Luke speaks were different persons. Matthew calls Herod a king, and Luke, chapter 3, verse 1, calls Herod tetrarch, that is, governor, of Galilee. But there could be no such person as a King Herod, because the Jews and their country were then under the dominion of the Roman emperors, who governed then by tetrarchs or governors. Luke chapter 2 makes Jesus to be born when Quirinius was governor in Syria, to which government Judea was annexed, and according to this, Jesus was not born in the time of Herod. Luke says nothing about Herod seeking the life of Jesus when he was born, nor of his destroying the children under 2 years old, nor of Joseph fleeing with Jesus into Egypt, nor of his returning from thence. On the contrary, the book of Luke speaks as if the person it calls Christ had never been out of Judea, and that Herod sought his life after he commenced preaching, as is before stated. I have already shown that Luke, in the book called the Acts of the Apostles, which commentators ascribe to Luke, contradicts the account in Matthew, with respect to Judas and the 30 pieces of silver. Matthew says that Judas returned the money, and that the high priests bought with it a field to bury strangers in. Luke says that Judas kept the money and bought a field with it for himself. As it is impossible the wisdom of God should err, so it is impossible those books could have been written by divine inspiration. Our belief in God and his unerring wisdom forbids us to believe it. As for myself, I feel religiously happy in the total disbelief of it. There are no other passages called prophecies in Luke than those I have spoken of. I pass on to the book of John. End of Part 3, Section 5. Part 3, Section 6 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Book of John. John, like Mark and Luke, is not much of a prophecy monger. He speaks of the ass and the casting lots for Jesus' clothes and some other trifles, of which I have already spoken. John makes Jesus to say, chapter 5, verse 46, "For had ye believed Moses, ye would have believed me, for he wrote of me." The book of the Acts, in speaking of Jesus, says, chapter 3, verse 22, "For Moses truly said unto the fathers, A prophet shall the Lord your God raise up unto you of your brethren, like unto me, him shall ye hear in all things whatsoever he shall say unto you." This passage is in Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 15. They apply it as a prophecy of Jesus. What impositions! The person spoken of is in Deuteronomy, and also in Numbers, where the same person is spoken of, is in Joshua, the minister of Moses, and his immediate successor, and just such another Robespierrean character as Moses is represented to have been. The case, as related in those books, is as follows. Moses was grown old and near to his end, and in order to prevent confusion after his death, for the Israelites had no settled system of government, it was thought best to nominate a successor to Moses while he was yet living. This was done, as we are told, in the following manner. Numbers chapter 27, verse 12. "And the Lord said unto Moses, Get thee up into this Mount Abarim, and see the land which I have given unto the children of Israel. And when thou hast seen it, thou also shalt be gathered unto thy people, as Aaron thy brother is gathered." Verse 15. "And Moses spake unto the Lord, saying, Let the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation, which may go out before them, and which may go in before them, and which may lead them out, and which may bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord be not as sheep that have no shepherd. And the Lord said unto Moses, Take thee Joshua, the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay thine hand upon him, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and give him a charge in their sight. And thou shalt put some of thine honor upon him, and that all the congregation of the children of Israel may be obedient." Verse 22. "And Moses did as the Lord commanded, and he took Joshua and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation. And he laid hands upon him, and gave him charge as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses." I have nothing to do in this place with the truth or the conjuration here practiced, of raising up a successor to Moses like unto himself. The passage sufficiently proves it is Joshua, and that it is an imposition of John to make the case into a prophecy of Jesus. But the prophecy mongers were so inspired with falsehood that they never speak truth. Note: Newton, Bishop of Bristol in England, published a work in 3 volumes entitled Dissertations on the Prophecies. The work is tediously written and tiresome to read. He strains hard to make every passage into a prophecy that suits his purpose. Among others, he makes this expression of Moses, "The Lord shall raise thee up a prophet like unto me," into a prophecy of Christ, who was not born, according to the Bible chronologies, till 1552 years after the time of Moses, whereas it was an immediate successor to Moses, who was then near his end, that is spoken of in the passage above quoted. This bishop, the better to impose this passage on the world as a prophecy of Christ, has entirely omitted the account in the book of Numbers, which I have given at length word for word, and which shows, beyond the possibility of a doubt, that the person spoken of by Moses is Joshua and no other person. Newton is but a superficial writer. He takes up things upon hearsay and inserts them without either examination or reflection, and the more extraordinary and incredible they are, the better he likes them. In speaking of the walls of Babylon, volume the first, page 263, he makes, by way of giving credit to what he says, a celebrated traveler, that those walls were made of burnt brick, 10 feet square and 3 feet thick. If Newton had only thought of calculating the weight of such a brick, he would have seen the impossibility of their being used or even made. A brick 10 feet square and 3 feet thick contains 300 cubic feet, and allowing a cubic foot of brick to be only 100 pounds, each of the bishop's brick would weigh 30,000 pounds, and it would take about 30 cartloads of hay, 1 horse carts, to make 1 brick. But this account of the stones used in the building of Solomon's temple, volume 2nd, page 211, far exceeds his bricks of 10 feet square in the walls of Babylon. These are but brickbats compared to them. The stones, says he, employed in the foundation were in magnitude 40 cubits, that is, above 60 feet. A cubit, says he, being somewhat more than 1 foot and a half. A cubit is 1 foot 9 inches. And the superstructure, says this bishop, was worthy of such foundations. There were some stones, says he, of the whitest marble 45 cubits long, 5 cubits high, and 6 cubits broad. These are the dimensions this bishop has given, which in measure of 12 inches to a foot is 78 feet 9 inches long, 10 feet 6 inches broad, and 8 feet 3 inches thick, and contains 7,234 cubic feet. I now go to demonstrate the imposition of this bishop. A cubic foot of water weighs 62 pounds and a half. The specific gravity of marble to water is as 2½ is to 1. The weight, therefore, of a cubic foot of marble is 156 pounds, which, multiplied by 7,234, the number of cubic feet in one of those stones, makes the weight of it to be 1,128,504 pounds, which is 503 tons. Allowing then a horse to draw about half a ton, it will require 1,000 horses to draw one such stone on the ground. How then were they to be lifted into the building by human hands? The bishop may talk of faith removing mountains, but all the faith of all the bishops that ever lived could not remove one of these stones, and their bodily strength given in. This bishop also tells of great guns used by the Turks at the taking of Constantinople, one of which, he says, was drawn by 70 yoke of oxen and by 2,000 men. Volume 3, page 117. The weight of a cannon that carries a ball of 48 pounds, which is the largest cannon that are cast, weighs 8,000 pounds, about 3 tons and a half, and may be drawn by 3 yoke of oxen. Anybody may now calculate what the weight of the bishop's great gun must be, that required 70 yoke of oxen to draw it. This bishop beats Gulliver. When men give up the use of the divine gift of reason in writing on any subject, be it religious or anything else, there are no bounds to their extravagance, no limit to their absurdities. The 3 volumes which this bishop has written on what he calls the prophecies contain above 1,200 pages, and he says in volume 3, page 117, "I have studied brevity." This is as marvelous as the bishop's great gun. End note. I pass on to the last passage in these fables of the evangelists, called a prophecy of Jesus Christ. John, having spoken of Jesus expiring on the cross between 2 thieves, says, chapter 19, verse 32, "Then came the soldiers and brake the legs of the first," meaning one of the thieves, "and of the other which was crucified with him. But when they came to Jesus and saw that he was dead already, they brake not his legs." Verse 36. "For these things were done, that the scripture should be fulfilled, a bone of him shall not be broken." The passage here referred to is in Exodus, and has no more to do with Jesus than with the ass he rode upon to Jerusalem, nor yet so much if a roasted jackass, like a roasted he-goat, might be eaten at a Jewish Passover. It might be some consolation to an ass to know that though his bones might be picked, they would not be broken. I go to state the case. The book of Exodus, in instituting the Jewish Passover, in which they were to eat a he-lamb or a he-goat, says, chapter 12, verse 5, "Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. He shall take it from the sheep or from the goats." The book, after stating some ceremonies to be used in killing and dressing it, for it was to be roasted, not boiled, says, verse 43, "And the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron, This is the ordinance of the Passover, there shall no stranger eat thereof. But every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh thereof abroad of the house, neither shalt thou break a bone thereof." We here see that the case as it stands in Exodus is a ceremony and not a prophecy, and totally unconnected with Jesus' bones or any part of him. John, having thus filled up the measure of apostolic fable, concludes his book with something that beats all fable. For he says at the last verse, "And there are also many other things which Jesus did, and which if they should be written every one, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that should be written." This is what in vulgar life is called a thumper, that is, not only a lie, but a lie beyond the line of possibility, besides which it is an absurdity, for if they should be written in the world would contain them. Here ends the examination of the passages called prophecies. End of Part 3, Section 6. Part 3, Section 7 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I have now, reader, gone through and examined all the passages which the 4 books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John quote from the Old Testament and call them prophecies of Jesus Christ. When I first set down to this examination, I expected to find cause for some censure, but little did I expect to find them so utterly destitute of truth and of all pretensions to it, as I have shown them to be. The practice which the writers of those books employ is not more falsehood than it is absurd. They state some trifling case of the person they call Jesus Christ, and then cut out a sentence from some passage of the Old Testament and call it a prophecy of that case. But when the words thus cut out are restored to the place they are taken from, and read with the words before and after them, they give the lie to the New Testament. A short instance or two of this will suffice for the whole. They make Joseph to dream of an angel who informs him that Herod is dead, and tells him to come with the child out of Egypt. They then cut out a sentence from the book of Hosea, "Out of Egypt have I called my son," and apply it as a prophecy in that case. The words, "and called my son out of Egypt," are in the Bible, but what of that? They are only part of a passage and not a whole passage, and stand immediately connected with other words which show they refer to the children of Israel coming out of Egypt in the time of Pharaoh, and to the idolatry they committed afterwards. Again, they tell us that when the soldiers came to break the legs of the crucified persons, they found Jesus was already dead, and therefore did not break his. They then, with some alteration of the original, cut out a sentence from Exodus, "A bone of him shall not be broken," and apply it as a prophecy of that case. The words, "Neither shall ye break a bone thereof," for they have altered the text, are in the Bible, but what of that? They are, as in the former case, only part of a passage, and not a whole passage, and when read with the words they are immediately joined to, show it as the bones of a he-lamb or a he-goat, of which the passage speaks. These repeated forgeries and falsifications create a well-founded suspicion that all the cases spoken of concerning the person called Jesus Christ are made cases, on purpose to lug in, and that very clumsily, some broken sentences from the Old Testament and apply them as prophecies of those cases, and that so far from his being the Son of God, he did not exist even as a man, that he is merely an imaginary or allegorical character, as Apollo, Hercules, Jupiter, and all the deities of antiquity were. There is no history written at the time of Jesus Christ is said to have lived that speaks of the existence of such a person, even as a man. Did we find in any other book pretending to give a system of religion the falsehoods, falsifications, contradictions, and absurdities which are to be met with in almost every page of the Old and New Testament, all the priests of the present day who supposed themselves capable would triumphantly show their skill in criticism and cry it down as a most glaring imposition. But since the books in question belong to their own trade and profession, they, or at least many of them, seek to stifle every inquiry into them, and abuse those who have the honesty and the courage to do it. When a book, as is the case with the Old and New Testament, is ushered into the world under the title of being the Word of God, it ought to be examined with the utmost strictness in order to know if it has a well-founded claim to that title or not, and whether we are or are not imposed upon. For as no poison is so dangerous as that which poisons the physic, so no falsehood is so fatal as that which is made an article of faith. This examination becomes more necessary because when the New Testament was written, I might say invented, the art of printing was not known, and there were no other copies of the Old Testament than written copies. A written copy of that book would cost about as much as 600 common printed Bibles now cost. Consequently, the book was in the hands but of very few persons, and these chiefly of the church. This gave an opportunity to the writers of the New Testament to make quotations from the Old Testament as they pleased, and call them prophecies, with very little danger of being detected. Besides which, the terrors and inquisitorial fury of the church, like what they tell us of the flaming sword that turned every way, stood sentry over the New Testament, and time, which brings everything else to light, has served to thicken the darkness that guards it from detection. Were the New Testament now to appear for the first time, every priest of the present day would examine it line by line, and compare the detached sentences it calls prophecies with the whole passages in the Old Testament from whence they are taken. Why then do they not make the same examination at this time as they would make had the New Testament never appeared before? If it be proper and right to make it in one case, it is equally proper and right to do it in the other case. Length of time can make no difference in the right to do it at any time. But instead of doing this, they go on as their predecessors went on before them, to tell the people there are prophecies of Jesus Christ, when the truth is there are none. They tell us that Jesus rose from the dead and ascended into heaven. It is very easy to say so. A great lie is as easily told as a little one. But if he had done so, those would have been the only circumstances respecting him that would have differed from the common lot of man, and consequently the only case that would apply exclusively to him as prophecy would be some passage in the Old Testament that foretold such things of him. But there is not a passage in the Old Testament that speaks of a person who, after being crucified, dead, and buried, should rise from the dead and ascend into heaven. Our prophecy mongers supply the silence the Old Testament guards upon such things by telling us of passages they call prophecies, and that falsely so, about Joseph's dream, old clothes, broken bones, and such like trifling stuff. In writing upon this as upon every other subject, I speak a language full and intelligible. I deal not in hints and intimations. I have several reasons for this. First, that I may be clearly understood. Secondly, that it may be seen I am in earnest. And thirdly, because it is an affront to truth to treat falsehood with complaisance. I will close this treatise with a subject I have already touched upon in the first part of the Age of Reason. The world has been amused with the term revealed religion, and the generality of priests apply this term to the books called the Old and New Testament. The Mohammedans apply the same term to the Koran. There is no man that believes in revealed religion stronger than I do, but it is not the reveries of the Old and New Testament, nor the words of the Koran, that I dignify with that sacred title. That which is revelation to me exists in something which no human mind can invent. No human hand can counterfeit or alter. The word of God is the creation we behold, and this word of God revealeth to man all that is necessary for man to know of his Creator. Do we want to contemplate his power? We see it in the immensity of his creation. Do we want to contemplate his wisdom? We see it in the unchangeable order by which the incomprehensible whole is governed. Do we want to contemplate his munificence? We see it in the abundance with which he fills the earth. Do we want to contemplate his mercy? We see it in his not withholding that abundance, even from the unthankful. Do we want to contemplate his will, so far as it respects man? The goodness he shows to all is a lesson for our conduct to each other. In fine, do we want to know what God is? Search not the book called the Scripture, which any human hand might make, or any impostor invent, but the Scripture called the Creation. When in the first part of the Age of Reason I called the creation the true revelation of God to man, I did not know that any other person had expressed the same idea, but I lately met with the writings of Dr. Conyers Middleton, published in the beginning of the last century, in which he expresses himself in the same manner with respect to the creation as I have done in the Age of Reason. He was principal librarian of the University of Cambridge in England, which furnished him with extensive opportunities of writing, and necessarily required he should be well acquainted with the dead as well as the living languages. He was a man of a strong original mind, had the courage to think for himself, and the honesty to speak his thoughts. He made a journey to Rome, from whence he wrote letters to show that the forms and ceremonies of the Romish Christian Church were taken from the degenerate state of the heathen mythology, as it stood in the later times of the Greeks and Romans. He attacked without ceremony the miracles which the Church pretended to perform, and in one of his treatises he called the creation a revelation. The priests of England of that day, in order to defend their citadel by first defending its outworks, attacked him for attacking the Roman ceremonies, and one of them censures him for calling the creation a revelation. He thus replies to him, "One of them," says he, quote, "appears to be scandalized by the title of revelation, which I have given to that discovery which God made of himself in the visible works of his creation. Yet it is no other than what the wise in all ages have given to it, who consider it as the most authentic and indisputable revelation which God has ever given of himself, from the beginning of the world to this day. It was this by which the first notice of him was revealed to the inhabitants of the earth, and by which alone it has been kept up ever since among the several nations of it. From this the reason of man was enabled to trace out his nature and attributes, and by a gradual deduction of consequences to learn his own nature also, with all the duties belonging to it, which relate either to God or to his fellow creatures. This constitution of things was ordained by God as an universal law or rule of conduct to man, the source of all his knowledge, the test of all truth, by which all subsequent revelations, which are supposed to have been given by God in any other manner, must be tried, and cannot be received as divine any further than as they are found to tally and coincide with this original standard. It was this divine law which I referred to in the passage above recited, meaning the passage on which they had attacked him. Being desirous to excite the reader's attention to it, as it would enable him to judge more freely of the argument I was handling. For by contemplating this law, he would discover the genuine way which God himself has marked out to us for the acquisition of true knowledge, not from the authority or reports of our fellow creatures, but from the information of the facts and material objects which in his providential distribution of worldly things he hath presented to the perpetual observation of our senses. For as it was from these that his existence and nature, the most important articles of all knowledge, were first discovered to man, as that grand discovery furnished new light towards tracing out the rest, and made all the inferior subjects of human knowledge more easily discoverable to us by the same method. I had another view likewise in the same passages, and applicable to the same end, of giving the reader a more enlarged notion of the question in dispute, who, by turning his thoughts to reflect on the works of the Creator, as they are manifested to us in this fabric of the world, could not fail to observe that they are all of them great, noble, and suitable to the majesty of his nature, carrying with them the proofs of their origin, and showing themselves to be the production of an all-wise and almighty being. And by accustoming his mind to these sublime reflections, he will be prepared to determine whether those miraculous interpositions so confidently affirmed to us by the primitive fathers can reasonably be thought to make a part in the grand scheme of the divine administration, or whether it be agreeable that God, who created all things by his will, and can give what turn to them he pleases by the same will, should, for the particular purposes of his government and the services of the church, descend to the expedient of visions and revelations, granted sometimes to boys for the instruction of the elders, and sometimes to women to settle the fashion and length of their veils, and sometimes to pastors of the church, to enjoin them to ordain one man a lecturer, another a priest, or that he should scatter a profusion of miracles around the stake of a martyr, yet all of them vain and insignificant, and without any sensible effect, either of preserving the life, or easing the sufferings of the saint, or even the mortifying his persecutors, who were always left to enjoy the full triumph of their cruelty, and the poor martyr to expire in a miserable death. When these things, I say, are brought to the original test, and compared with the genuine and indisputable works of the Creator, how minute, how trifling, how contemptible must they be! And how incredible must it be thought, that for the instruction of his church God should employ ministers so precarious, unsatisfactory, and inadequate, as the ecstasies of women and boys, and the visions of uninterested priests, who were derided at the very time by men of sense to whom they were proposed. That this universal law, continues Middleton, meaning the law revealed in the works of the creation, was actually revealed to the heathen world long before the gospel was known, we learn from all the principal sages of antiquity, who made it the capital subject of their studies and writings. Cicero, says Middleton, has given us a short abstract of it in a fragment still remaining from one of his books on government, which, says Middleton, I shall here transcribe in his own words, as they will illustrate my sense also in the passages that appear so dark and dangerous to my antagonist. The true law, it is Cicero who speaks, is right reason conformable to the nature of things, constant, eternal, diffused through all, which calls us to duty by commanding, deters us from sin by forbidding, which never loses its influence with the good, nor ever preserves it with the wicked. This law cannot be overruled by any other, nor abrogated in whole or in part, nor can we be absolved from it either by the Senate or by the people, nor are we to seek any other comment or interpreter of it but itself. Nor can there be one law at Rome and another at Athens, one now and another hereafter. But the same eternal, immutable law comprehends all nations at all times, under one common master and governor of all, God. He is the inventor, propounder, enactor of this law, and whoever will not obey it must first renounce himself and throw off the nature of man, by doing which he will suffer the greatest punishments, though he should escape all the other torments which are commonly believed to be prepared for the wicked. Here ends the quotation from Cicero. Our doctors, continues Middleton, perhaps will look on this as rank deism, but let them call it what they will, I shall ever avow and defend it as the fundamental, essential, and vital part of all true religions. Close quote. Here ends the quotation from Middleton. End of Part 3, Section 7. Part 3, Section 8 of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I have here given the reader two sublime extracts from men who lived in ages of time far remote from each other, but who thought alike. Cicero lived before the time in which they tell us Christ was born. Middleton may be called a man of our own time, as he lived within the same century with ourselves. In Cicero we see that vast superiority of mind, that sublimity of right reasoning and justice of ideas which man acquires, not by studying Bibles and Testaments, and the theology of schools built thereon, but by studying the Creator in the immensity and unchangeable order of his creation, and the immutability of his law. There cannot, says Cicero, be one law now, and another hereafter, but the same eternal immutable law comprehends all nations, at all times, under one common master and governor of all, God. But according to the doctrine of schools which priests have set up, we see one law, called the Old Testament, given in one age of the world, and another law, called the New Testament, given in another age of the world. As all this is contradictory to the eternal immutable nature and the unerring and unchangeable wisdom of God, we must be compelled to hold this doctrine to be false, and the Old and the New Law, called the Old and the New Testament, to be impositions, fables, and forgeries. In Middleton we see the manly eloquence of an enlarged mind and the genuine sentiments of a true believer in his Creator. Instead of reposing his faith on books, by whatever name they may be called, whether Old Testaments or New, he fixes the creation as the great original standard by which every other thing called the Word or work of God is to be tried. In this we have an indisputable scale whereby to measure every word or work imputed to him. If the thing so imputed carries not in itself the evidence of the same almightiness of power, of the same unerring truth and wisdom, and the same unchangeable order in all its parts, as are visibly demonstrated to our senses, and comprehensible by our reason, in the magnificent fabric of the universe, that word or that work is not of God. Let then the two books called the Old and New Testament be tried by this rule, and the result will be that the authors of them, whoever they were, will be convicted of forgery. The invariable principles and unchangeable order which regulate the movements of all the parts that compose the universe demonstrate both to our senses and our reason that its Creator is a God of unerring truth. But the Old Testament, beside the numberless, absurd, and bagatelle stories it tells of God, represents him as a God of deceit, a God not to be confided in. Ezekiel makes God to say, chapter 14, verse 9, "And if the prophet be deceived when he hath spoken a thing, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet." And at the 20th chapter, verse 25, he makes God, in speaking of the children of Israel, to say, "Wherefore I gave them statutes that were not good, and judgments by which they could not live." This, so far from being the word of God, is horrid blasphemy against him. Reader, put thy confidence in thy God, and put no trust in the Bible. The same Old Testament, after telling us that God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, makes the same almighty power and eternal wisdom employ itself in giving directions how a priest's garments should be cut, and what sort of stuff they should be made of, and what their offerings should be, gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen and goat's hair and rams' skins dyed red, and badger skins, etc., chapter 25, verse 3. And in one of the pretended prophecies I have just examined, God is made to give directions how they should kill, cook, and eat a he-lamb or a he-goat. And Ezekiel, chapter 4, to fill up the measure of abominable absurdity, makes God to order him to take wheat and barley and beans and lentils and millet and fitches, and make a loaf or a cake thereof, and bake it with human dung, and eat it. But as Ezekiel complained that this mess was too strong for his stomach, the matter was compromised from man's dung to cow dung. Ezekiel chapter 4. Compare all this ribaldry, blasphemously called the Word of God, with the almighty power that created the universe, and whose eternal wisdom directs and governs all its mighty movements, and we shall be at a loss to find a name sufficiently contemptible for it. In the promises which the Old Testament pretends that God made to his people, the same derogatory ideas of him prevail. It makes God to promise to Abraham that his seed should be like the stars in heaven and the sand on the seashore for multitude, and that he would give them the land of Canaan as their inheritance forever. But observe, reader, how the performance of this promise was to begin, and then ask thine own reason, if the wisdom of God, whose power is equal to his will, could, consistently with that power and that wisdom, make such a promise. The performance of the promise was to begin, according to that book, by 400 years of bondage and affliction. Genesis chapter 15, verse 13. And God said unto Abraham, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. This promise then to Abraham, and his seed forever, to inherit the land of Canaan, had it been a fact instead of a fable, was to operate in the commencement of it as a curse upon all the people and their children, and their children's children for 400 years. But the case is, the book of Genesis was written after the bondage in Egypt had taken place. And in order to get rid of the disgrace of the Lord's chosen people, as they called themselves, being in bondage to the Gentiles, they make God to be the author of it, and annex it as a condition to a pretended promise. As if God, in making that promise, had exceeded his power in performing it, and consequently his wisdom in making it, and was obliged to compromise with them for one half, and with the Egyptians to whom they were to be in bondage, for the other half. Without degrading my own reason by bringing those wretched and contemptible tales into a comparative view with the almighty power and eternal wisdom, which the Creator hath demonstrated to our senses in the creation of the universe, I will confine myself to say that if we compare them with the divine and forcible sentiments of Cicero, the result will be that the human mind has degenerated by believing them. Man, in a state of groveling superstition, from which he has not courage to rise, loses the energy of his mental powers. I will not tire the reader with more observations on the Old Testament. As to the New Testament, if it be brought and tried by that standard, which, as Middleton wisely says, God has revealed to our senses, of his almighty power and wisdom in the creation and government of the visible universe, it will be found equally as false, paltry, and absurd as the old. Without entering in this place into any other argument that the story of Christ is of human invention and not of divine origin, I will confine myself to show that it is derogatory to God by the contrivance of it, because the means it supposes God to use are not adequate to the end to be obtained, and therefore are derogatory to the almightiness of his power and the eternity of his wisdom. The New Testament supposes that God sent his Son upon the earth to make a new covenant with man, which the Church calls the covenant of grace, and to instruct mankind in a new doctrine which it calls faith, meaning thereby not faith in God, for Cicero and all true deists always had and always will have this, but faith in the person called Jesus Christ, and that whoever had not this faith should, to use the words of the New Testament, be damned. Now, if this were a fact, it is consistent with that attribute of God, called his goodness, that no time should be lost in letting poor unfortunate man know it. And as that goodness was united to almighty power, and that power to almighty wisdom, all the means existed in the hand of the Creator to make it known immediately over the whole earth, in a manner suitable to the almightiness of his divine nature, and with evidence that would not leave man in doubt, for it is always incumbent upon us, in all cases, to believe that the Almighty always acts, not by imperfect means as imperfect man acts, but consistently with his almightiness. It is this only that can become the infallible criterion by which we can possibly distinguish the works of God from the works of man. Observe now, reader, how the comparison between this supposed mission of Christ, on the belief or disbelief of which they say man was to be saved or damned, observe, I say, how the comparison between this and the almighty power and wisdom of God demonstrated to our senses in the visible creation goes on. The Old Testament tells us that God created the heavens and the earth and everything therein in 6 days. The term 6 days is ridiculous enough when applied to God, but leaving out that absurdity, it contains the idea of almighty power acting unitedly with almighty wisdom to produce an immense work, that of the creation of the universe and everything therein in a short time. Now, as the eternal salvation of man is of much greater importance than his creation, and as that salvation depends, as the New Testament tells us, on man's knowledge of and belief in the person called Jesus Christ, it necessarily follows from our belief in the goodness and justice of God and our knowledge of his almighty power and wisdom, as demonstrated in the creation, that all this, if true, would be made known to all parts of the world in as little time, at least, as was employed in making the world. To suppose the Almighty would pay greater regard and attention to the creation and organization of inanimate matter than he would to the salvation of innumerable millions of souls, which himself had created, as the image of himself, is to offer an insult to his goodness and his justice. Now observe, reader, how the promulgation of this pretended salvation by a knowledge of and a belief in Jesus Christ went on, compared with the work of creation. In the first place, it took longer time to make the child than to make the world, for 9 months were passed away and totally lost in a state of pregnancy, which is more than 40 times longer time than God employed in making the world, according to the Bible account. Secondly, several years of Christ's life were lost in a state of human infancy. But the universe was in maturity the moment it existed. Thirdly, Christ, as Luke asserts, was 30 years old before he began to preach what they call his mission. Millions of souls died in the meantime without knowing it. Fourthly, it was above 300 years from that time before the book called the New Testament was compiled into a written copy, before which time there was no such book. Fifthly, it was above 1,000 years after that before it could be circulated, because neither Jesus nor his apostles had knowledge of, or were inspired with, the art of printing, and consequently, as the means for making it universally known did not exist, the means were not equal to the end, and therefore it is not the work of God. I will here subjoin the 19th Psalm, which is truly deistical, to show how universally and instantaneously the works of God make themselves known, compared with this pretended salvation by Jesus Christ. Psalm 19th. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the earth. In them hath he set a chamber for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. Now, had the news of salvation by Jesus Christ been inscribed on the face of the sun and the moon, in characters that all nations would have understood, the whole earth had known it in 24 hours, and all nations would have believed it. Whereas, though it is now almost 2,000 years since, as they tell us, Christ came upon earth, not a 20th part of the people of the earth know anything of it. And among those who do, the wiser part do not believe it. I have now, reader, gone through all the passages called prophecies of Jesus Christ, and shown there is no such thing. I have examined the story told of Jesus Christ, and compared the several circumstances of it with that revelation, which, as Middleton wisely says, God has made to us of his power and wisdom in the structure of the universe, and by which everything ascribed to him is to be tried. The result is that the story of Christ has not one trait, either in its character or in its means employed, that bears the least resemblance to the power and wisdom of God, as demonstrated in the creation of the universe. All the means are human means, slow, uncertain, and inadequate to the accomplishment of the end proposed. And therefore the whole is a fabulous invention, and undeserving of credit. The priests of the present day profess to believe it. They gain their living by it, and they exclaim against something they call infidelity. I will define what it is. He that believes in the story of Christ is an infidel to God. Thomas Paine. End of Part 3, Section 8. Part 3, Appendix, from The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix: Contradictory doctrines in the New Testament between Matthew and Mark. In the New Testament, Mark, chapter 16, verse 16, it is said, "He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved. He that believeth not shall be damned." This is making salvation, or in other words, the happiness of man after this life, to depend entirely on believing, or on what Christians call faith. But the 25th chapter of the Gospel according to Matthew makes Jesus Christ to preach a direct contrary doctrine to the Gospel according to Mark, for it makes salvation, or the future happiness of man, to depend entirely on good works. And those good works are not works done to God, for he needs them not, but good works done to man. The passage referred to in Matthew is the account there given of what is called the last day, or the day of judgment, where the whole world is represented to be divided into two parts, the righteous and the unrighteous, metaphorically called the sheep and the goats. To the one part, called the righteous, or the sheep, it says, "Come ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the beginning of the world. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. Naked, and ye clothed me. I was sick, and ye visited me. I was in prison, and ye came to me." Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, "Lord, when saw we thee an hungered, and fed thee? Or thirsty, and gave thee drink? When saw we thee a stranger, and took thee in? Or naked, and clothed thee? Or when saw we thee sick, and in prison, and came unto thee?" And the king shall answer and say unto them, "Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." Here is nothing about believing in Christ, nothing about that phantom of the imagination called faith. The works here spoken of are works of humanity and benevolence, or, in other words, an endeavor to make God's creation happy. Here is nothing about preaching and making long prayers, as if God must be dictated to by man, nor about building churches and meetings, nor hiring priests to pray and preach in them. Here is nothing about predestination, that lust which some men have for damning one another. Here is nothing about baptism, whether by sprinkling or plunging, nor about any of those ceremonies for which the Christian church has been fighting, persecuting, and burning each other ever since the Christian church began. If it is to be asked, why do not priests preach the doctrine contained in this chapter? The answer is easy. They are not fond of practicing it themselves. It does not answer for their trade. They had rather get than give. Charity with them begins and ends at home. Had it been said, "Come, ye blessed, ye have been liberal in paying the preachers of the word. Ye have contributed largely towards building churches and meeting houses," there is not a hired priest in Christendom that would have thundered it continually in the ears of his congregation. But as it is altogether on good works done to men, the priests pass it over in silence, and they will abuse me for bringing it to notice. Thomas Paine. End of Part 3, Appendix. Part 3, Appendix of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My Private Thoughts on a Future State. I have said in the first part of The Age of Reason that I hope for happiness after this life. This hope is comfortable to me, and I presume not to go beyond the comfortable idea of hope with respect to a future state. I consider myself in the hands of my Creator, and that He will dispose of me after this life, consistently with His justice and goodness. I leave all these matters to Him as my Creator and friend, and I hold it to be presumption in man to make an article of faith as to what the Creator will do with us hereafter. I do not believe, because a man and a woman make a child, that it imposes on the Creator the unavoidable obligation of keeping the being so made in eternal existence hereafter. It is in His power to do so or not to do so, and it is not in our power to decide which He will do. The book called the New Testament, which I hold to be fabulous, and have shown to be false, gives an account in the 25th chapter of Matthew of what is there called the last day, or the day of judgment. The whole world, according to that account, is divided into two parts, the righteous and the unrighteous, figuratively called the sheep and the goats. They are then to receive their sentence. To the one, figuratively called the sheep, it says, "Come ye, blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world." To the other, figuratively called the goats, it says, "Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels." Now the case is, the world cannot be thus divided. The moral world, like the physical world, is composed of numerous degrees of character, running imperceptibly one into the other, in such a manner that no fixed point of division can be found in either. That point is nowhere, or is everywhere. The whole world might be divided into two parts numerically, but not as to moral character, and therefore the metaphor of dividing them, as sheep and goats can be divided, whose difference is marked by their external figure, is absurd. All sheep are still sheep, all goats are still goats. It is their physical nature to be so. But one part of the world are not all good alike, nor the other part all wicked alike. There are some exceedingly good, others exceedingly wicked. There is another description of men who cannot be ranked with either the one or the other. They belong neither to the sheep nor the goats. And there is still another description of them, who are so very insignificant both in character and conduct, as not to be worth the trouble of damning or saving, or of raising from the dead. My own opinion is that those whose lives have been spent in doing good and endeavoring to make their fellow mortals happy, for this is the only way in which we can serve God, will be happy hereafter, and that the very wicked will meet with some punishment. But those who are neither good nor bad, or are too insignificant for notice, will be dropped entirely. This is my opinion. It is consistent with my idea of God's justice and with the reason that God has given me, and I gratefully know He has given me a large share of that divine gift. Thomas Paine. End of the third part. End of The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. Recorded for LibriVox by Joe Dickerson, February 2012.